Chapter 421, Taiyan Sect Gate stood in stunned silence. Moments ago, the spirit of fire had descended in a blaze, and now all that remained were the lifeless forms of two saint-level cultivators, their eyes frozen wide open as they drifted among the swirling clouds overhead. Masters from every lineage gaped in disbelief. The head of the Yinming clan and the venerable ancestor of Shuiyuan, both had achieved sainthood by tapping forbidden weapons and arcane rites, had been cut down so easily, so swiftly, by a mere small emperor? The very notion defied all reason. High above, perched on a bank of roiling mist, stood the county lord of Qianling and the female saint of the Yueling clan. Both had watched the duel unfold with cool detachment, until now. The county lord's brow creased in shock, and the Yueling saint's composure wavered. She stared at the young cultivator who had just dispatched those two legendary figures with terrifying ease. How did he? Her voice was barely a whisper. Even wielding a forbidden weapon, no one should be able to accomplish this. She studied Ye Cheng, young, slight of build, yet radiating an aura of lethal calm. Before, she had taken him lightly. Now she found herself unable to look away. Forbidden weapons capable of elevating a cultivator's rank were rarer than phoenix tears, and never had one produced results so devastating. The wind bore the echoes of the fallen saint's final breaths, and the assembled masters struggled to gather their wits. For Ye Cheng, this was only the beginning. But for everyone else, the rules of their world had just been irrevocably rewritten. Creating such a high-level artifact demanded countless rare natural treasures, some so scarce that even ordinary saints might never lay eyes on them in an entire lifetime. And the prerequisites for the wielder were even more punishing. Only a true prodigy with an indomitable foundation could hope to unlock its power. Otherwise, the majestic divine energy sealed within the forbidden weapon would simply backfire, obliterating the user. This young man's record is extraordinary, given that he's had to rely on a forbidden weapon, the Yueling saintess mused, her gaze fixed on Ye Cheng. I doubt even a princess, or dare I say Her Royal Highness, could accomplish this. As she studied him, the saintess found herself growing ever more impressed by Ye Cheng's potential. His achievements far exceeded her expectations. Such talent, she thought, might well warrant an invitation to join the Yueling clan, perhaps even through marriage. And if she, a senior saint of Yueling, entertained that possibility, then what might the princess herself decide? Beside her, young Xiaoqiling stood speechless, her mouth forming a perfect O as she shared in the astonishment rippling through the hall. She stared in stunned disbelief as Ye Cheng casually wiped out the two saints before her eyes. Had she given in to her anger and attacked him in that moment, her slender frame wouldn't have survived the flick of his little finger. All she could think was, how could anyone be so gifted that even my own sister pales in comparison? But Ye Cheng didn't notice the Qianling county lords or the Yueling female saints' reactions. And frankly, he didn't care. He raised his hand and drew the twin swords, Suzaku and Xianxia, back to his grasp. Then, with the same effortless motion, he gathered up the bodies of Saints Yinming and Shuiyuan, still frozen in their final horrified expressions, and stowed their storage pouches. His eyes flicked to the third dragon ancestor. A playful glint appeared in Ye Cheng's gaze. He had assumed that the thunderous force which cleaved off those two saints' heads would be enough to drive this ancient foe into retreat. Yet here the third dragon ancestor stood, unmoving, and even more thrillingly, his lips curved into a grin. It was as if he'd just laid eyes on the most coveted prey in the world. Interesting, the third dragon ancestor drawled, his voice smooth as silk. It seems you've made quite the impression with your stride. Ye Cheng. Of course I'm confident, Ye Cheng replied, chest rising and falling with calm defiance. He met the ancestor's gaze without a flicker of fear. A slow smile curved the ancestor's lips, and his eyes flashed like lightning as they bore into Ye Cheng. Young man, your clever tactics have entertained me. Truly, I haven't seen the like in ages, but they won't save you today. He straightened, robes sweeping the stone floor. Still, I owe you my thanks. Because of your display, by the time you draw your last breath, the Qingjiao clan will have claimed far more than just your life. Yinming and Shuek, those two ancient saintly lineages, will fall before us, and their legacies will become ours. Ye Cheng's heart skipped. Yinming and Shuek were among the oldest sanctified clans in the realm, their roots stretching back millennia. Though the Battle of the Wild Tower had nearly annihilated their quasi-saint elders, their true clan heads survived, each having quietly reclaimed saintly power through hidden trump cards and dark relics. For centuries, members of Qingjiao's upper echelons, the very people who called themselves the Dragon Ancestors, had yearned for the wealth and might locked within those two houses. They dared never strike, until now. And Ye Cheng's unexpected display on the battlefield had shattered that last barrier. He steadied his breath, summoning every ounce of resolve. The ancestors' words echoed in his mind. This would be the day Yinming and Shuike fell, and the day Ye Cheng might finally die. Ye Cheng had struck down the heads of both sacred clans, and in turn the third Jiao ancestor had slain Ye Cheng to avenge his fallen allies, and absorbed the two clans' legacies into his own. It made perfect sense. The divine treasure of the Holy King and the Holy Lord's manor, once destined to be shared among three lines, now needed no further arbitration. A cruel smile curled the third Jiao ancestor's lips. "You should have learned by now," he said, voice echoing through the clearing. "The higher the grade of a forbidden weapon, the shorter its lifespan. You poured every ounce of your strength into eliminating those two ancient ghosts, but what resources remain for you against a saint at the peak of his power?" He flexed his toes, summoned a cloud beneath his feet, and rose into the air. Instantly, an overwhelming aura bloomed around him like a living storm. A wave of pressure snapped through the assembled disciples of the Taiyan sect, forcing them to stagger back, breathless. "Do you really believe that after destroying the Green Dragon Guards, I'm without any more trump cards?" The mockery in his eyes deepened as he stared down at Ye Cheng. "You underestimate me at your peril." Third Dragon Ancestor had assumed Ye Cheng's bold strike on the Blood Abyss Patriarch and the Yinming clan leader, rather than on him, the strongest of the three saints, was born of overconfidence. After all, Ye Cheng had just slain 300 Qingjiao guards and their quasi-saint commander. Surely, he reasoned, no forbidden weapon remained to augment the Dragon Ancestor's strength. Yet the truth was far more sinister. Third Dragon Ancestor had come not only to kill Ye Cheng and his daughter, but also to ransack the Saint Lord's mansion and seize the Saint King's divine treasure. A treasure so supreme would naturally inspire more than ordinary greed, and he had more than one hidden ace up his sleeve. Silently, Third Dragon Ancestor studied Ye Cheng, eagerly seeking signs of fear or panic in his calm, unyielding gaze. He thought he detected a flicker of unease only when Ye Cheng mentioned having no secret weapons after the massacre of the Qingjiao guards. But that momentary hesitation vanished instantly. Then came Ye Cheng's next words, delivered with quiet confidence, and they struck Third Dragon Ancestor like a thunderbolt. Ye Cheng's tone was deceptively calm as he surveyed the Third Dragon Ancestor. "Those 300 green worms, you say? They really have that kind of power?" The words cut deep, ere than any insult. The Third Dragon Ancestor's eyes flared with fury. "Spare me your riddles and false modesty," he thundered. "You'll taste death by my claws before the sun sets." With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Ancestor reared back and surged skyward, his immense body unfurling into a 1,000-foot emerald serpent that blotted out the clouds. His scales, each as broad as a basin, gleamed like sharpened blades. Claws the size of shields scraped the air, and then, at the crown of his head, between two majestic horns, a jagged crack split the bone-white keratin. A single bead of dark crimson oozed from the fissure, glistening in the pale sunlight. The moment it fell, a cataclysmic shockwave rippled outward. Mountains trembled, rivers recoiled, the habitual hum of the world's ley lines was smothered beneath the dragon's overwhelming aura. In that instant, heaven and earth themselves seemed to bow in silent dread. Ye Cheng planted his feet firmly on the scorched earth, eyes narrowed. Around him, the 300 green worms writhed in a living sea, their bioluminescent bodies pulsing in response to the dragon's oppressive might. He inhaled steadily, letting their collective warmth flow into him. The Third Dragon Ancestor might be vast, fearsome, nearly unstoppable, but Ye Cheng had fought far greater odds and prevailed. As the shockwave crashed against him like a roiling tide, Ye Cheng squared his shoulders. He would not flinch. Not today. not ever. Though it lasted only an instant, the miracle of Ye Cheng's true dragon blood quelling every law froze everyone in their tracks. Even the revered Yuling female saint and the mighty Qianling County Lord, who hovered high above the arena, grew deathly pale, their eyes wide with a shock they could not disguise. All the natural orders had gone mute beneath that single shimmering drop. A hushed voice trembled through the crowd. The laws, they're completely silenced. Could it really be the fabled blood of a true dragon? Chapter 422. A single drop of blood can conquer all. In Yuling's eyes, only the transcendent tribes, beings like the true dragon, true phoenix, or unicorn, wield such power in their pure blood. Yet she steeled herself against the initial shock. After all, if it truly belonged to one of those creatures, even a lone drop would be enough to shatter worlds and ignite the stars themselves. Not even a Saint King could contain such potency. Much less a third-ranked Jiaozu, and certainly not the entire Qingjiao clan combined. Still, she detected unmistakable dragon essence in that crimson bead. A spark of recognition flared in her eyes. This wasn't ordinary clan blood. It bore the unmistakable signature of the Qingjiao's founding patriarch, the Qingjiao king himself. The Qingjiao king ascended to the Saint King realm long ago. His progeny might inherit only 50 to 60% of his true dragon lineage, perhaps even 70 at most. But even that fraction would far outstrip anything the current clan could muster. Yuling pressed her palm over the vial, determination hardening her features. Whoever had unearthed that blood would now hold a power beyond imagining, and she intended to claim it first. Saint Kings wielded unimaginable power in their lifetimes, so it wasn't surprising that even a single drop of Saint King's true blood could for a moment suppress countless Dao in its vicinity. So it was just an illusion, the Yuling saintess murmured. I thought it was some incredible marvel. At her words, County Lord Qianling, standing just behind her, shook her head in frustrated disbelief. Yet the saintess's expression remained solemn. Princess, she cautioned gently, do not underestimate the third dragon ancestor. True dragon blood of the Green Jiao King, while not as potent as primordial dragon essence, still confers tremendous strength to his pure-blooded descendants. A single drop of Green Dragon King's blood can elevate the third dragon ancestor to Saint King level, the saintess continued. Even if he skirts that boundary by the barest margin, he is a Saint King in every sense. Her words sank in like ice water. Poor Ye Cheng, she added quietly, he's in real peril now. County Lord Qianling's brow furrowed. Despite her lingering annoyance with Ye Cheng, she could not deny the extraordinary talent he had displayed in the recent battle. In that moment, even she felt a stirring of admiration for the young man's potential. Qianling's lord couldn't help but stare in astonishment. To have someone of Ye Cheng's caliber at her side, let alone the aid he might yet provide, was a remarkable advantage. Malady, he began, his voice tinged with awe. The Yuling female saint managed only a wry, bitter smile in response. Not long ago, she would have met the third dragon ancestor without hesitation, demanding he spare Ye Cheng and his little daughter. She had believed in her own authority and the justice of her cause. But everything changed when the third dragon ancestor unveiled a single vial of Green Dragon King's blood. Though he wore a mask of serenity, she knew his calmness concealed an inferno of fury. In the entire Qingjiao clan, true Dragon King's blood was their rarest and most devastating weapon. To have 2 or 3 precious drops preserved through countless generations was already an extraordinary feat. The third dragon ancestor had held on to this elixir, never intending to unleash it until the moment he crushed Ye Cheng and his child, claimed the inheritance of the Saint King, and returned triumphant to Qingjiao as an unassailable leader. Yet fate had intervened. Because of Ye Cheng's unpredictable valor, that fateful drop of Dragon King's blood had been drawn and used. And now, no one could say what forces it might awaken, or what price would have to be paid. Yulingnu's heart pounded in her chest. If the rumors were true, if the figure before her really was the third dragon ancestor, then her murderous intent toward Ye Cheng would already have outrun any shred of reason. She was only a mid-stage saint cultivator. She had no hope of containing his wrath. Before she could brace herself, the third dragon ancestor lifted the vial of the Green Dragon King's true blood and shattered it. With a roar that seemed to shake heaven and earth, the single drop blossomed into a blazing sphere of emerald flame, enveloping him completely. Under the legendary blood's blessing, his aura swelled to unimaginable heights, warping the air and setting the sky itself alight. When the conflagration finally subsided, the transformation was breathtaking. 3,000 feet of rippling emerald scales towered into the clouds. His sinuous body was vast enough to blot out the sun. His vertical pupils, each the size of a doorway, burned with feral intensity. In that instant, the mighty third dragon ancestor's gaze locked onto Ye Cheng, and the world stilled before his merciless stare. Young man, regretted in hell. The third dragon ancestor's roar shattered the air as he raised his colossal claw. Spiritual energy rippled outward, converging into an enormous spectral hand that smashed down toward Ye Cheng's position. But Ye Cheng no longer felt fear. Thanks to the Green Dragon King's blood, his power had at last broken through into the Saint King realm. He was still a long way from the realm's early peak, but he had just crossed its threshold, and that was enough. After all, the third dragon ancestor had only relied on a forbidden artifact to keep pace with him up until now. Ye Cheng was certain he held the advantage. "You're no match for a heavenly emperor," the dragon ancestor had boasted moments ago. "Even the finest forbidden weapon can only raise you to the peak of a saint. How could you possibly challenge me?" He pictured Ye Cheng crushed beneath his claw, his end already written. But then something unexpected happened. The dragon ancestor's crushing blow met with an immense, almost indescribable resistance. The claw faltered, mid-descent, and the elder's triumphant grin froze on his lips. Boom! Beneath the dragon's crushing claw, as the third dragon ancestor struck, Ye Cheng moved in perfect synchrony. With no hesitation, he flicked his finger and summoned the power of 4 Saint King rank divine swords. Instantly, blades of radiant light erupted like prismatic rainbows. The Suzaku Sky Sword, the Xianxia Emperor's Sword, and 2 others of equally fearsome renown. Each sword swirled into position, drawn by the Chaos Sword body's overwhelming force. In a single, breath-short moment, their lights coalesced into a lethal array. Ye Cheng's voice rang out, cold and resolute. "Vermilion Immortal Sword Formation, activate!" Gasps rippled through the assembled warriors, and even Yu Yunduan, the Yueling female saint, paused in mid-doubt. Before Ye Cheng, a towering lattice of shimmering sword light sprang into being. Ancient Taoist sigils glittered across its surface, and a fathomless divine power pulsed from its core. Brilliant energy crackled outward, carrying a destruction so absolute it could wipe out legions of demons or fell the mightiest immortal. In that instant, the air itself seemed to solidify around Ye Cheng's formation, heralding a killing force no enemy could withstand. Compared to the radiance of that sword light, even the third Jiaozu's colossal true form, towering 3,000 feet into the sky, blotting out sun and clouds, looked puny and insignificant. Then, with a crack like breaking jade, everything shifted. No one had time to react before Ye Cheng's Zhuxian sword array completed its formation. The spiritual energy coalesced into a single, towering blade of light, the Zhuxian sword shadow, shooting upward in an instant. With one supreme stroke, it shattered the third Jiaozu's spiritual claw mark. Yet the ripple of sword light barely paused before sweeping forward again, cleaving through empty air toward its target. "Damn it! What other cards does this kid have hidden in the Saint King's manor?" the third Jiaozu muttered, wide-eyed. Blessed by the Green Jiao King's blood and already ding the Saint King realm, the third Jiaozu brimmed with confidence. Though surprised, he felt no fear of a mere sword array. "You really think you can challenge a true saint with nothing but your little sword formation?" He sneered, voice ringing with contempt. "Dream on," roared the third dragon patriarch. He thrust out a hand, summoning his innate saint weapon. In a flash, the dragon-scale divine spear appeared, its iridescent scales gleaming with draconic power. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a storm of spear after-images, thousands of phantasmal shafts that filled the sky and hurtled toward the Zhuxian sword shadow like a torrential downpour. Buzz! The Zhuxian sword shadow trembled for an instant, then every single spear image vanished into thin air. Unfazed, the sword shadow resumed its silent advance, closing in on the third dragon patriarch with deadly precision. What? Even the heavenly moon female saint, hovering above, gasped in shock. Before she could fully register what had happened, the Zhuxian sword shadow had nearly reached its target. Shock drained the color from the third dragon patriarch's face. All pretense of arrogance fell away as he frantically unleashed every technique and hidden trump card he possessed, hoping to buy even a moment's grace to flee. But each desperate maneuver was swept aside like a candle in a gale. All his efforts, every last one, proved utterly futile. The shadow of Ye Cheng's sword thrummed through the air, quivering with raw power. In a single, deadly stroke, it dissolved thousands of defenses into nothingness, and then, to the horror of every onlooker, it darted forward and severed the third dragon ancestor's head in a flash of green light. Silence fell as the dragon's body plummeted from the sky, gouging a deep crater in the earth at its impact. Tian Huoling, the Yueling female saint, the Marquise of Qianling, and all the other cultivators stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. When they finally dared to look again, their gazes were fixed on Ye Cheng, who floated high above the battlefield. His face was calm, his poise unshaken, yet the awe in their expressions spoke volumes. Just as they began to accept that the fight was over, the spot where the third dragon ancestor had stood shattered the air above it. A jagged rift tore open in the void, and a hoarse, ancient voice called out from the darkness. All eyes snapped to the new figure stepping through the breach, and a fresh wave of tension rippled across the war-torn plain. Even Yueling, the female saint, studied the newcomer with a puzzled frown. Though there was something vaguely familiar about him, she couldn't place his name. The only one who recognized him at once was the ancient divine flame, known as the Tian Fire Spirit and nicknamed Big Sister by Xiao Yi. With a sudden flare of awareness, the fire spirit's eyes went wide. Fixing its gaze on the red-robed elder hovering above them, it gasped, "Barbarian Saint King, you're still alive?" Chapter 423, Ancient Saint King. The moment Tian Huoling's words rang out, every cultivator in the hall felt their breath catch. They turned as one to the crimson-robed elder who floated above the dais, and dread instantly flickered in their eyes. Even the Yueling clan's female saint, assigned to guard Qianling, grew pale at the name. Her limbs trembled, and she dared not meet the red-gowned figure's gaze, for this was no pretender like the third Jiaozu's makeshift Saint King, propped up by borrowed artifacts. He was the genuine article, ancient Saint King Yue Suishan, an immortal so old he had witnessed 100,000 years of history. Yue Suishan looked down on the assembly with a faint, contemptuous smile. "I didn't expect anyone here to recognize me. That spares me the trouble of introductions." Then his cold, indifferent eyes settled on Ye Cheng. The young cultivator stood his ground without a flicker of fear. Ye Cheng's talent was undeniable, but to an ancient monster like Yue Suishan, only a truly formidable force could ever threaten his existence. Ye Cheng's composure was unshakable. In the barbarian ancient Saint King's view, Ye Cheng's formidable prowess could only come from some forbidden weapon or other external aid. After slaying the third dragon ancestor, how much power could that weapon really have left? How many more times could he unleash it? The questions swirled, but none filled the king with real dread. "You're Ye Cheng, the fortunate one who inherited the Saint Lord's legacy," the ancient Saint King said, his voice as cold and hard as flint. "I admit, it hasn't been easy for you to cultivate your strength. So here's my offer. To you and your daughter alone, surrender all your divine treasures to me, and in the name of the barbarian god clan, I will decree your protection." A stunned silence fell over the Moon Spirit clan's female saints, high above them in the swirling mists. The barbarian god clan, renowned for its brutality, was offering sanctuary? None could believe their ears. In the untamed wilds, countless tribes existed only to denounce humanity as little more than bloodthirsty insects. Everywhere, the barbarian god clan's name inspired fear and awe. And yet, here was its king, extending a protective edict. Ye Cheng's expression never wavered. He was a man who had stared down dragons and reclaimed a legacy from the ages. If the barbarian ancient Saint King truly believed his threat hollow, then by all means, let him speak. The moment he pressed for Ye Cheng's treasures, the rift between promise and fate would become clear to everyone present. Despite their fearsome reputation and ancient lineage, the barbarian god clan treated Ye Cheng with unexpected courtesy. No war cries. No threats of bloodshed. Instead, the barbarian ancient Saint King simply declared that if Ye Cheng surrendered his daughters and his own divine treasures, they would be granted safe passage and protection. For a moment, relief swept through the gathered onlookers. Then the Saint King's expression darkened as he added, "However, the two of you, father and daughter, must swear a binding life oath and bear our clan's slave brand forever. Henceforth, you will serve as our war slaves." At those blunt, overbearing words, the doubts in the eyes of the Moon Spirit clan's female saint vanished entirely. The barbarian god clan's arrogance remained as ruthless as ever. But Ye Cheng's fate no longer preoccupied her thoughts. Instead, she calculated how to turn this to her advantage, insisting on a cut of the treasures rather than letting the barbarians claim everything. As for the man and his child, in her view, their lives were already forfeit. There are only 3, or at most 5, ancient Saint Kings in the entire Moon Spirit clan, each one a living pillar of the tribe. They are never sent out except on the most critical of missions. That the barbarian ancient Saint King Mongu has broken his centuries-long seclusion to appear here is proof enough of the Man-God clan's determination to eliminate any threat posed by Ye Cheng and his daughter, Gu Yiren. Not even Princess Qianling's small-scale rebellion against the Yueling clan could have shaken such resolve. Princess Qianling watched Ye Cheng and Yiren with eyes that flickered between pity, frustration, and helpless regret. If only they'd heeded her warnings and retreated with her instead of charging headlong into this disaster, then none of this need have happened. No one could read the expressions of the 2 Yueling maidens standing at Qianling's side. But all attention in the hall quickly shifted skyward as Mongu appeared, draped in swirling clouds, his voice echoing like divine judgment. A hush fell over the assembled clansmen. Even the bravest felt their hearts sink. And yet Ye Cheng simply smiled. "Plant the slave contract of the barbarian god clan?" he asked, his tone amused, almost mocking. Silence ensued as Mongu's eyes gleamed coldly. The fate of father and daughter and the fragile balance of power among the tribes now hung on a single question. Would the ancient seal be cast, or would Ye Cheng's defiance prevail? Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. "Become a war servant of the barbarian god clan?" he repeated in disbelief. "What a generous offer, though I doubt even the barbarian god clan has the power to bind a slave contract to an emperor." Before the ancient Saint King of the barbarian gods could reply, Ye Cheng's sword flared with brilliant light. With a roar, he launched himself upward, blade poised to strike. "You presumptuous insect," he hissed. "Your clan has grown complacent for far too long, allowing madmen like you to terrorize the world. Since you're begging for death, I'll be glad to grant your wish." At the insult, the ancient Saint King's eyes blazed crimson. He threw back his head and bellowed, "Hua la la!" In an instant, his immense spiritual power erupted outward. A torrential downpour of blood-red energy descended, each droplet infused with the primal force of the great Tao. As the scarlet rain fell, nearly 10,000 glowing chains wove themselves into its midst, each link pulsating with ancient, unbreakable might. The blood rain assault hurtled toward Ye Cheng like a living, writhing net, its chains seeking to bind him in iron-shackled fate before the killing blow could fall. Yet Ye Cheng did not falter. He steadied his sword, every fiber of his being bracing for the onslaught, determined to cut through the crimson onslaught and carve his path to victory. Under the crimson veil of the blood rain curtain, a storm of scarlet droplets and thousands of iron chains tore through the void, instantly encircling Ye Cheng and holding him fast. From the center of that bloody maelstrom, the barbarian ancient Saint King's mocking laughter rang out. "I'll bind you with a slave contract first," he declared, voice dripping with contempt, "then force you to end your own life, right here, so everyone will see the true power of my clan of the barbarian god." He paused, satisfied. In his estimation, the evolved blood rain curtain and its legion of chains were more than sufficient. As a mid-stage Saint King, he needed no more than a casual gesture, or even a flick of his finger, to annihilate a pseudo-Saint King like 3rd Junior Lord Jiaozu. True, Ye Cheng had once overpowered Jiaozu with a forbidden weapon, but against this onslaught, the ancient Saint King was certain that victory was already in his grasp. Blood Barbarian Domain, 10,000 locks, Yue Shang. Truly you are worthy of your rank as an ancient terror among the barbarian god clan's foundation masters, able to claim the clan's supreme treasure technique at will. High above the fray, the Yuling clan's female saint had borne Princess Qianling to safety, perching on a drifting cloud at the battlefield's edge. There she watched, awestruck, as Mangu unleashed his might. But no sooner had the last syllable left her lips than her awe gave way to astonishment. Clang! 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 The metallic roar of 4 swords tearing free from their scabbards cut through the roar of battle. Beni, a torrential downpour of blood, and tangled in the spellwork of 10,000 spectral locks, Ye Cheng appeared like a living beam of light. His blades arced in brilliant rainbows of steel as he charged, each step smashing through the blood rain, each swing shattering the chains, so effortlessly that neither barrier nor deluge could slow him for a heartbeat. It looks like I've only received a single line of the chapter so far. To rewrite the entire chapter into fluent idiomatic English and rename Gu Changqing to Gu Ye Cheng as requested, I'll need the full text. Could you please paste the complete chapter here? Once I have it, I'll smoothly integrate all character details and plot points into a coherent, polished version. Chapter 424, The Barbarian. Ancient Saint King's eyes snapped wide open, a furious spark igniting deep within them. He had survived untold ages by keeping his emotions in check, but the appearance of Ye Cheng had rattled him. Steadying his breath, he wove his hands through the air in a complex pattern. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous explosions cracked the sky in rapid succession. With each blast, a colossal stone tablet tore through the clouds and hurtled toward Ye Cheng, forming a protective barrier around the Saint King. These monoliths were darker than obsidian, and each rose over 1,000 feet high, blotting out the heavens like black mountains. Intricate carvings covered their surfaces. One tablet showed barbarian gods roaring as they trampled every other race. Another depicted saintly barbarians perched atop storm clouds, adored by squadrons of lesser spirits. A third bore the likeness of the war god himself, halberd raised high, the severed head of his foe dangling from the blade. The most chilling engraving scored across the first tablet to land was the image of a human saint king meeting his doom beneath the barbarian tide. As the final slab slammed into place, Ye Cheng's path was sealed. 5 unbreakable barriers now stood between him and the ancient Saint King, monuments to countless wars and a stark warning of the battle still to come. Mangu laid the 5 stone tablets on the cloud platform one by one. Each slab bore the saga of the barbarian gods' world conquest, how they rose to become overlords of the wastelands, and contained the very essence of their clan's legacy and power. When he revealed the 3rd tablet, Princess Qianling froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is the heaven-suppressing tablet of the barbarian god, she whispered, scarcely able to believe it. One of the barbarian god clan's founding treasures and among the most exalted of all Saint King-grade weapons. High above on the drifting cloud, Qianling stared as though the sky itself had cracked open. Below her, the Yuling clan's female saint looked at Ye Cheng with a mix of horror and disbelief, as if he'd risen from the dead. Mangu's calm extraction of the heaven-suppressing tablet had left her momentarily breathless. Forged and sanctified by the first patriarch of the barbarian god clan, this tablet resonates only with the clan's pure bloodline. Now that Mangu, already a mid-stage Saint King, held it, the combined strength of his sect Saint King warriors would become utterly unfathomable, like plunging into the deepest, most boundless ocean. This person's power now is almost indistinguishable from that of a late Saint King. The voice of the Moon Spirit clan's saintess trembled. In the Saint King realm, even a small difference in rank creates a chasm as vast as a natural moat. Yet Ye Cheng, though not officially promoted to the late Saint King stage, now wields strength on par with those who have. He has just advanced from the mid-stage of Saint King to a threshold so close to the late stage that the distinction is virtually meaningless. And that slight leap has multiplied his combat prowess more than tenfold. Boom! The cloud sea roared as if alive. Space itself quaked. Even the protective formation over Taiyan Sect's gate thundered and shuddered, clearly straining under Ye Cheng's surging, barbaric god aura, and the dread power contained within the 5 heaven-suppressing barbarian god monuments. The very structure groaned, threatening to collapse. How can we possibly stand against such godlike might? Every creature gathered at the foot of Taiyan Mountain, including the Taiyan fire spirit, sank into despair. Meanwhile, atop the formation, Saint King Ye Cheng allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. High above the mist-shrouded peak of Taiyan sect, the ancient barbarian Saint King surveyed the panicked faces of his enemies with savage delight. To him, his arrival, unannounced yet inexplicably tempered by mercy, had already been a supreme gift to Ye Cheng and his daughter. In high size, the very act of drawing steel against him was an unforgivable insult that demanded a bloody reckoning. "None of you will live to see tomorrow," he snarled, voice echoing like distant thunder. Then, without hesitation, he invoked his greatest weapon. "Barbarian god, heaven-suppressing monument, unleash!" In an instant, the void above the sect's main gate split open with a deafening roar. Crackling with primordial energy, the colossal monument descended in a beam of blinding light, not toward Ye Cheng, but straight for the wooden entrance below. "Fall back! Everyone, fall back now!" came the panicked shout from the young disciples stationed at the gate. But there was no time for an orderly retreat. The disciples froze, terror rendering them helpless as the heaven-suppressing monument smashed down, its force enough to shatter mountains. Timber splintered, stones exploded, and screams of terror filled the air as the sacred entrance disintegrated under the weapon's onslaught. Beneath the wreckage, hope turned to dust. The defenders of Taiyan sect realized, too late, that the ancient barbarian Saint King's mercy had never been an offer. It was a prelude to slaughter. And in that moment, the fate of Ye Cheng and all who stood with him teetered on the brink of annihilation. Though the 5 colossal pillars had not yet struck, the barbarian god's wrath they bore already weighed down the very sky, sealing off every escape. There was nowhere to flee, no refuge. All below could do was stand and watch those sky-shattering monuments descend, awaiting their doom. How utterly merciless, how utterly savage! High above, Princess Qianling's fingers tightened around her silken robes, compassion reflecting in her eyes. She had seen through Saint King Mangu's cruel stratagem. When Ye Cheng dared to resist, the old Saint King bypassed him entirely and unleashed his assault on the guardians at the Taiyan Mountain Gate first. His goal was clear: force Ye Cheng to witness the slaughter of his bravest soldiers and his own daughter before crushing him. Standing calmly beside the princess was the Yueling clan's saintess. Her face revealed no surprise. Such callous cruelty was the barbarian god clan's hallmark. Still, she felt a pang of sorrow for Ye Cheng and Gu Yiren, father and daughter both blessed with remarkable talent, yet tragically bound to the wrong side of this war. Sadly, there was nothing she could do to save them. Somewhere beyond the towering gates, a low, ominous crackle rippled through the air, heralding the final, devastating impact. In the eyes of the Yueling clan's female saint, the sudden tremor in the air was all the confirmation she needed. The mountain-warding formation on Taiyan Mountain was failing fast. She turned away, dismissing the matter as settled, until Princess Qianling's astonished cry rang out beside her. "That's Ye Cheng! How on earth did he do that?" The female saint froze. "Ye Cheng?" she echoed, sweeping a sideways glance toward the Taiyan sect's gate. Her eyes widened in disbelief. High above the entrance, the 5 barbarian god heaven-suppressing steels hovered amid the swirling sea of clouds meant to imprison any threat. Below them stood Ye Cheng, calm and unwavering. 4 ethereal sky swords floated before him, spinning into position until they formed a single, grand sword array. Within that formation, the sword shadow of Zhuxian condensed into a brilliant, vibrating silhouette. A murderous aura flared, streaking upward like a bolt of lightning. With a deafening crack, that soaring sword chi slammed into the 5 steels. Fracture lines spidered across their surfaces, then the steels shattered, disintegrating into shards of light that scattered on the wind. In an instant, the mountain's last line of defense lay in ruins. What is going on?" The Yueling saintess's voice trembled as disbelief flooded her heart. Even the barbarian ancient Saint King stood dumbfounded. His most devastating assault had been effortlessly blocked by Ye Cheng. Shock gave way to rage. Without hesitation, he spat a mouthful of his own life essence and blood, infusing the 5 heaven-subduing steels of the barbarian god with his power. "Boy," he roared, his voice rolling like thunder. "You can't hope to win against me." In an instant, the 5 stales, each aglow with the king's crimson vitality, blossomed into tiny, warping worlds and plummeted toward Ye Cheng with catastrophic force. Yet the young warrior remained perfectly calm. His eyes, cold and untroubled, watched the oncoming stones as if they were inconsequential pebbles. "You boast of capturing me with this?" he said, his tone laced with contempt. Then, without a trace of hesitation, Ye Cheng struck back. Boom! At that moment, Ye Cheng unleashed the purple chi cauldron of all living beings into the heart of the Jushian sword formation. Instantly, the sky swirled with violet mist and drifting fairy clouds, coalescing around the phantom of the Jushian sword. Its light blazed with a transcendent radiance, as if it could sever the heavens themselves and lay waste to every immortal and demon. Without a hint of hesitation, the sword's edge descended upon the 5 heaven-suppressing tablets that had been hurtling toward him. Crack! The sound rang out like thunder. To the astonished eyes of Princess Qianling, Saintess Yueling, and the myriad cultivators of the Taiyan sect, each of the barbarian god's tablets trembled, then shattered as the sword's aura neutralized their magic. The fragments tumbled to the earth. But the sword's will did not end there. Its luminous trail shot forward, covering the distance to the barbarian ancient Saint King in an instant. Still reeling from the tablet's destruction, he barely had time to register Ye Cheng's strike. The phantom blade tore through him, and a fountain of blood spattered across the sky. A deathly hush fell over the battlefield as Ye Cheng stood unmoving, the purple chi cauldron still humming at his side and the Zhuxian sword's afterimage glimmering in the air, proof of a single, devastating blow. Chapter 425. The ancient barbarian Saint King has been slain? High atop a drifting cloud, Princess Qianling and the Yueling clan's saintess stared in stunned disbelief. Below them lay the fallen form of the ancient barbarian Saint King, his lifeless body battered against the ground. For the Yueling saintess, who had cultivated for 100,000 years, it was as if the world had tilted on its axis. Though the Saint King had scarcely shown himself over the centuries, the barbarian god clan had ensured that his legendary deeds echoed across every corner of the wilds. Generation after generation of cultivators, saints, quasi-saints, even promising novices, had grown up in awe of these living fossil monarchs. And now their greatest idol lay shattered. Worse still, the one who felled him was nothing more than a human youth. Ye Cheng, a prodigy with under 100 years of cultivation, whose mastery of forbidden weaponry had accomplished the unthinkable. "We judge by results, not methods," one of the elder lords declared. Ye Cheng has slain the barbarian ancient Saint King. That alone earns him a place at the very summit of the wilderness pyramid, and it entitles him to stand on equal footing with the great powers, the Moon Spirit tribe, the barbarian god tribe, and the rest. At that, the Moon Spirit female saint's heart began to pound. She pictured, over and over, the moment when Ye Cheng felled the ancient Saint King. A single terrifying thought echoed in her mind. Did he truly conquer the king by his own strength, or had he resorted to some forbidden weapon? But she quickly banished the idea. Its implications were too dreadful to entertain. Unable to keep her gaze from him, she stole a glance at Ye Cheng. If her hunch was correct, then in a century's time, the title of Overlord of the Northern Wilderness would belong firmly to this young man. Ye Cheng, however, paid no heed to the Moon Spirit Saint's private speculations. He stood silent, his expression unreadable, as the assembled tribes absorbed the magnitude of his victory. After felling the barbarian Saint King, Ye Cheng raised his hand and summoned the Tianlian god puppet. With a silent nod, he directed it to secure the battlefield's perimeter, and to take up guard at the gate of Mount Taiyan, in case any survivors from the 3 tribes lurked in hiding. The chance of trouble was slim, but better safe than sorry. Once the puppet was in place, Ye Cheng turned his thoughts to True Yu City. There, he intended to annihilate the invaders from the Qingjiao, Yinming, and Shuikui tribes, and afterward, to carry the war to their ancestral homelands. The 3 tribes, the Qingjiao, the Yinming, and the Shuikui, must be eradicated, he declared, his tone cool and unyielding. His words, though spoken calmly, sent a ripple of dread through the gathered officers and soldiers on Mount Taiyan. Yet beneath their fear burned a fierce enthusiasm. They believed, as he did, that only total victory could guarantee lasting peace. The air crackled with their silent vow to follow him to the ends of the earth. Even Tian Huoling, who held Xiaoyuren's counsel in the highest regard, pressed her lips together and stared at Ye Cheng in stunned curiosity. She had never heard such ruthless resolve, and she wondered what dark fires fueled the young commander's heart. In her original anticipation, Xiaoyuren was supposed to outshine her master, Ye Cheng. She never imagined that Ye Cheng, especially as a father, would display an even greater aptitude than Xiaoyuren, and not by just a little. Could the human race truly be so blessed? Tian Huoling wondered silently. Ye Cheng was preparing to take his leave when he sensed two members of the Moon Spirit clan hiding on a cloud above. A mischievous smile tugged at his lips as he noticed Princess Chanling peering down with cautious curiosity. Leaning forward, he called out with a teasing lilt, "Princess Chanling, still hoping I'll marry into the Moon Spirit clan?" The effect was immediate. Princess Chanling jumped in SERP, rise, and the Moon Spirit Saint at her side snapped back to attention so abruptly her cheeks drained of color. Both of them knelt at once, voices trembling with apology. "Master Ye Cheng, please forgive our rudeness," the saint cried. "We meant no disrespect. Have mercy on us." Ye Cheng's display of power was undeniably impressive, but even he alone could not match the Moon Spirit clan or the barbaric God clan, whose roots ran centuries deep. Still, neither the Yueling Saintess nor the young prodigy at her side dared risk offending him. After all, if a man of his caliber were forced into a marriage alliance with the Moon Spirit clan, the clan leader would hold them responsible, not Ye Cheng, for needlessly making enemies. Princess Chanling's face drained of color. She regretted her earlier slip of the tongue and feared Ye Cheng's wrath. Above all, she remembered his careless proposal that she and the Yueling Saintess become attendants to Sister Qianyue. At the time, she dismissed it as mere arrogance, but now, faced with his overwhelming might, she realized he might actually enforce it by force. Noting how pale Princess Chanling and the Saintess had grown, Ye Cheng simply shook his head and offered a faint, knowing smile. Then he fell silent, letting his calm composure speak for him. Ye Cheng waved them off without a word, then vaulted onto his divine rainbow steed and shot off in the direction of Zhenyu City. The Yueling clan's curt manners had smarted for a moment, but their offense was confined to words. Unlike the barbarian God clan or the Bloodbird clan, ferocious tribes that lived for conflict, the Yuelings bore a closer kinship to humanity, much like the Yunjiao. Time and again, they had stepped in to broker peace between barbarian hordes and human sects, safeguarding countless holy sites in the process. Though they strove to balance power among the wilderness's factions, they still felt genuine sympathy for humankind. Ye Cheng had no quarrel with them. As his figure dwindled on the horizon, Princess Chanling and Saintess Yueling both exhaled, the tension draining from their shoulders. "Elder," Princess Chanling said, her voice urgent, "we must return to the clan at once. I need to let my sister, my parents, and everyone else know what's happened to Ye Cheng as soon as possible." The female saint of the Yueling clan gave a small nod, though in her heart she was already weighing another possibility. With the character of the clan leader and his wife, if they ever learned of Ye Cheng's extraordinary gifts and achievements, there was no way they'd tolerate two women sharing the same husband. Yet perhaps they might allow the little princess to find her own match. "If that happens," the saint mused, "I can't imagine how His Highness Ye Cheng will take it, and the little princess would likely be frightened beyond words." She glanced at young Chanling's innocent face and shook her head ever so slightly. She hadn't cautioned the girl about this potential pitfall, and now it was too late. Gently gathering the child into her arms, the saint set off down the path that led back to the Yueling clan. Far to the south, in the Tianhuang territory's Zhenyu City, the streets pulsed with activity. Once among the mightiest cities in all Tianhuang, with nearly 1 million cultivators in residence, Zhenyu had become even more vibrant with the arrival of the three-tribe coalition army. Cultivation sects from across the 36 states had heeded the call, swelling the ranks of the coalition and transforming the city into a grand assembly point for the forces gathering there. By now, the number of cultivators in the city had nearly doubled, and their clamorous chatter echoed through every alley and plaza. Yet a closer look made it clear that most of the crowd, whether in the street markets or the great square, was composed of creatures from the 10,000 ancient races. Many of them simply pushed into the human-run stalls, looting every precious artifact in sight. Standing aloof on the sidelines were the masters of the 3 tribes, officially tasked with patrolling and maintaining order. They watched the pillaging with cold indifference, as though they saw nothing at all. A few courageous human cultivators whispered among themselves, but most remained silent, too fearful to draw attention. One wrong word or one bold gesture, and they would be seized without mercy. So they retreated to their rooms, Ye Cheng among them, peering through windows at the bedlam below. Their eyes burned with indignation, but none dared to challenge the law of the 3 tribes. Zhenyu City was once the proud stronghold of all humankind. Now look at it. Those Taoist sects that have bent the knee to the alien tribes are a shame upon our people, one young man spat, his eyes blazing with indignation. Quiet! Several common cultivators sprang forward, clamping a hand over his mouth. Do you want to die? If any of the 3 race patrol masters overhear you, they'll implicate your entire family. Their faces were etched with sorrow and desperation. One of them whispered hoarsely, "What good is anger now? Haven't you seen the tripartite alliance forces pouring in?" This very morning, a group of masters, led by those fence-sitting Taoists, set out for Luotian Academy. Their mission, to annihilate Prince Ye Cheng's vassals. Another shook his head. And at noon, the allied host moves again, straight for Taiyan Mountain. It won't be long before word comes that Prince Ye Cheng and every last one of our human vassals has been wiped from the land. Regret and grief flickered in their eyes as they stood in stunned silence, powerless to stop the coming catastrophe. As Ye Cheng's last words faded, they seemed to hang in the air, echoing against the distant walls. From the direction of Zhenyu City's gate came a rising clamor, first a low murmur, then a swell of voices growing closer and more insistent by the second. The band of independent cultivators standing nearby bristled with indignation. Many of them had taken Ye Cheng's side ever since the rumors of his supposed downfall began to spread. They've heard he, or his entourage, was wiped out, one muttered, eyes flashing with anger. Just wait until they realize the truth. Master Lu, one of the more level-headed among them, exhaled a sharp breath, his gaze dark with controlled fury. Yet as the noise from the city gate swelled, something in its tone struck him as off. This wasn't the triumphant roar of celebration. It carried undertones of shock, confusion, even fear. Alarmed, he focused his spiritual senses and slipped into a gentle flight toward the city gate. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, widening in disbelief. He hurried back to the others, voice strained. It's not cheers. They're shouting in terror. Something's happened inside the walls, and whatever it is, the whole city's in a panic. At his words, the rest exchanged uneasy glances. Each of them extended their spiritual perception in turn, probing the disturbance beyond the gates. The tumult of voices, now a frantic chorus of frightened cries, sent a ripple of apprehension through the group. No one spoke, but in that tense, charged silence, they all knew. Whatever awaited them in Zhenyu City was far worse than any rumor. Ye Cheng and the gathered elders froze, as though struck by lightning, when the messenger burst into the hall, panting and clutching his jade tablet. "Urgent report from Luotian Academy," he gasped. "Every Taoist master we sent to secure the way has been cut down by the cultivators still inside the Academy's walls. Not a single one survived, and the champions of all 3 of our clans have fallen alongside them." Silence fell like a tomb over the chamber. Ye Cheng's heart pounded so loudly he could hear it in his ears. Flames of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "Our army has been defeated?" a voice finally whispered, barely more than a breath. The messenger nodded, sweat trickling down his brow. "Completely. Their defenses remain intact, and they showed no mercy." A heavy stillness settled. Ye Cheng drew in a steadying breath. Mind racing. If the forces of Luotian Academy had truly annihilated both the Taoist masters and their strongest warriors, then the tide of this conflict had turned, and the repercussions would shake the entire sect world. Chapter 426. The three-tribe coalition has been routed. News of the stunning victory spread through Zhenyu City in an instant. At Luotian Academy, the disciples of His Highness Ye Cheng had not only beaten back the coalition's forces but also hunted down every traitor who had defected to the tribes. Among the city's cultivators, and even its ordinary citizens, secret celebrations took root. Yet everyone kept their voices low. After all, the three-tribe coalition still held political sway over Zhenyu City. Any overt rejoicing would invite a brutal crackdown. Besides, this single triumph at Luotian Academy hardly dented the coalition's real power. The combined strength of the three tribes lay with their top leaders, the third Jiaozu, the head of the Yinming clan, and Patriarch Shuiyuan, who were even now massing their forces at the gate of Taiyan Mountain. 100 victories by a single vassal like Luotian Academy could not overturn such overwhelming might. Unless Ye Cheng, the Academy's young master, had somehow seized an impossible edge, the coalition's fate would remain unchanged. Could he really stand against those titans and prevail? On the fringes of the battlefield, a handful of human cultivators exchanged grim glances. None of them had believed Ye Cheng stood a chance, and now their fears had been brutally confirmed. Far away, in the grand hall of Zhenyu City, the sovereigns of the three tribes, over a dozen clan lords in all, had just received the shattering news. Their combined forces, they learned, had been utterly routed by Luotian Academy's disciples. The 10,000-strong army they'd touted as invincible lay broken, its survivors scattered. A hulking figure of the Holy Clan, Lord Hanjian, slammed his fist on the jade-carved dice until dust rose in a cloud. "This is an outright disgrace to our honor," he thundered. "How could we be bested by a mere academy?" Beside him, Lady Xianxia of the Azure tribe sneered. "What kind of cultivators are those Luotian students? They should have been crushed, yet here we stand humbled." Lord Hanjian waved a hand and barked orders. "Draft my decree at once. I will lead the next expedition myself. Every living disciple of Luotian Academy is to be taken captive and bound into eternal servitude. Only such retribution can wash away this shame." Most of the assembled sovereigns roared their approval, eager for blood. But from the back of the chamber came measured voices. "Your Excellency, please contain your wrath," said Elder Langfeng of the Cloud Tribe, his white beard brushing the floor. "Luotian Academy is small. Turning this into a grand spectacle will only frighten neutral clans and drive would-be defectors into hiding." Another veteran, Lord Xianxia, inclined his head. "By the time the three sages return from the front, Ye Cheng and his companion Gu Yiren will already be in our hands. We needn't rashly display our might." A hush fell over the hall. The younger lords shifted uneasily, uncertain whether to let cooler heads prevail or to feed their burning desire for vengeance. Outside, the drums of war still beat, echoing the rage and doubt stirring within Zhenyu City's gilded walls. "When the time comes, take them with you to handle Luotian Academy," one emperor suggested. "It'll be far more effective." Another chimed in, "And don't forget what the three sages ordered before they left. We must remain in Zhenyu City. If we all rush off, who'll answer for anything that goes wrong here?" The assembled emperors clenched their teeth, fury flaring in their eyes, even as they forced themselves to stay calm. Just then, a piercing whoosh split the air. A radiant arc of divine energy, like a living rainbow, swept across the sky outside Zhenyu's walls and descended into the city. Cultivators on the streets froze, gazing upward in astonishment. "Who's that?" someone spat. "A human cultivator flying in Zhenyu City? Didn't he know the three tribes have taken control? Humans aren't allowed to soar within these walls." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. As the inbow of light settled and faded, it revealed a lone figure standing at its center. Ye Cheng. "He dares defy our decree," one cultivator growled, jealousy and contempt in his tone. "Such insolence can only be punished by death." News of the three tribes' coalition forces' humiliating defeat at Luotian Academy spread through Zhenyu City like wildfire. The tribal elders who had remained behind were seething with rage. They would bide their time, and when the opportunity came, they would not let the human cultivator, who had dared to leap forward as a sacrificial lamb, escape unpunished. No sooner had Ye Cheng's divine rainbow swept into the city than a titanic aura thundered out from the city lord's mansion. A cold, contemptuous voice echoed across the rooftops. "Human ants dare to challenge the majesty of our three sacred clans? You shall pay with your life." High above the palace gates, an elder clad in blood-red robes materialized, riding a cushion of rolling clouds. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a crimson palm of condensed spiritual power and brought it crashing down toward Ye Cheng. The sky trembled as the so-called Yimo Emperor declared, "Die for your insolence." That is the perfect emperor of the Yinming clan, stationed right here in Zhenyu City. As befits the lord of a holy clan, truly unstoppable. Slay this beast, my lord. Let these human ants learn that our ancient clan's majesty brooks no insult. A thunderous cheer rose from the ranks of ancient creatures gathered around the city gates. Though the three-clan coalition had been routed at Luotian Academy, a painful blow to their pride, it had not altered the overall course of the war. Now, watching the Yinming Emperor prepare to annihilate the lone human intruder, they exhaled in collective relief. At their side stood a small contingent of human cultivators, defectors from the 36 states of Tianhuang who had sworn themselves to the holy clans. Once they'd abandoned their own, they embraced their new masters with zealous loyalty, their cheers ringing out even louder than those of the beasts. All eyes fixed on the figure at the center of it all, Ye Cheng, the trespasser whose very presence had just invited the wrath of a perfect emperor. Ye Cheng hovered above the ramparts of Zhenyu City, sword in hand, watching the three sacred clans and their demon allies celebrate the fall of humanity. The bloodied streets echoed with their triumphant shouts. "I wish the demon emperor would crush the arrogant human race who dared set foot in Zhenyu and tarnish the honor of the three tribes," one hulking beast roared. Ye Cheng's lips curved faintly. Calm and unhurried, he raised a single hand. "Quiet," he said, voice as cold and vast as a winter sky. Below, the festivities faltered. Beasts snarled in confusion. Demon priests exchanged uneasy glances. Then, with a hiss that split the night air, Ye Cheng unleashed his sword, no mere blade, but a streak of pure, searing light. It whipped through the darkness and struck the demon emperor's brow, shattering the pearl of his sea of consciousness. The great lord of demons tumbled from his throne of bone, eyes wide with shock and unspent fury. A stunned silence fell over Zhenyu City. At last, the thud of the emperor's fallen form on the stone plaza rattled through the crowd. Demon blood pooled at his shoulder. His lips moved, but no sound came forth. Citizens and creatures alike pressed back, hearts pounding. "Who is he?" a demon priest whispered hoarsely. "How dare he defy the three tribes and slay our demon emperor with a single strike?" As the last echoes of terror faded, all eyes turned skyward, searching for the silent swordsman who had dared to challenge the might of demons, and won. "Do you want to die?" The roar echoed through the city lord's mansion, shaking every pillar and torch bracket. In an instant, the three sovereign emperors, each the head of their own great clan, strode onto the main hall's white marble floor. They were joined by more than 10 fellow emperor. Half of them had already achieved perfect cultivation, while the rest hovered in the middle to late emperor stages. Without a word, the emperors formed a circular array. Brilliant green energy crackled between their outstretched palms, coalescing overhead into the towering shape of a dragon. Its scales shimmered, its claws raked the air, and the raw might it exuded was enough to rival the power of a quasi-saint. As the killing formation sealed, the three clan leaders exchanged satisfied nods. They leveled their gazes at the lone swordsman standing defiantly before them, Ye Cheng. His dark hair whipped around his face, and despite the clear danger, his grip on the sword's hilt never wavered. A ripple of relief swept through the assembled ancient beasts and clan retainers. They had watched their master's strength amplify into that draconic projection and now abandoned any pretense of fear for this lone challenger. Smirks and sneers returned to their lips as they whispered among themselves, "He's finished." With the sovereign emperor's sacred array complete, even a quasi-saint would struggle to break free. A mere swordsman, what chance does he have? Who does this ant think he is, challenging the saint clans? Their contempt was palpable. Even before the green dragon could strike, they were already certain of Ye Cheng's doom. He really has no sense of self-preservation. Even a monster like Ye Cheng will fall before the combined might of the Saint Clan masters. The onlookers sneered and whispered among themselves, mocking the lone swordsman hovering in the sky. Their voices grew bolder with each barb, until a sudden, stunned cry shattered their jeers. "No! Isn't that the sword-bearing youth in the clouds, His Highness Ye Cheng?" A human cultivator, hidden on a nearby rooftop, gasped in disbelief. Once celebrated far and wide across the 36 states of Tianhuang, Ye Cheng's fame had faded for some, but not for everyone. Many had studied his portrait and name, and the moment that familiar silhouette appeared overhead, one vigilant observer recognized him instantly. At once, the taunts that had filled Zhenyu City vanished into breathless silence. Even the three clan emperors gathered below froze in mid-conversation, their eyes wide, hearts pounding as they stared up at Ye Cheng, as if witnessing a ghost. Chapter 427, Ye Cheng. How is that possible? Wasn't he trapped at the gates of the Taiyan sect? He should be dead or in chains by now, courtesy of the three saints. The first emperor growled, disbelief and a flicker of panic in his voice. In theory, there was no way Ye Cheng could have slipped past the combined might of the three tribes' elite warriors and the three saints. Yet here he was, standing before them, or so the reports insisted. What calamity had befallen those champions on Taiyan Mountain? The question was too dreadful to entertain, and the emperor fought to banish the thought from his mind. He couldn't have defeated all three saints, another emperor said, shaking his head. There must have been some trickery involved. Exactly, the third emperor agreed. He must have gotten his hands on the saint's inheritance. There could be forbidden life-preserving artifacts hidden in it, tools he smuggled out to pull off this escape. One after another, the emperors of the three tribes offered their theories. Whether they truly believed these explanations or simply needed to calm their frayed nerves, no bystander could tell, for none dared voice the more terrifying possibility that the three saints had actually been overpowered by a single man. Ye Cheng's words cut through the chaos, and one by one, the terrified faces before him went slack. A conspiracy? A lucky escape? That's the best you've got? He laughed, cold and low, then ended the exchange with a single gesture. In his palm, the vermilion bird sky sword blazed to life. With a sharp tch, the blade ignited in roaring crimson flames. Horror rippled through the crowd as the swordlight leapt forward, coalescing into a majestic vermilion bird whose fiery wings seemed intent on scorching the sky itself. The bird dove straight at the green dragon projection forged by the killing array. In an instant, its talons struck with such overwhelming force that the entire formation shattered, dragon illusion and array alike, incinerating the three clan emperors trapped within. Run! Run for your lives! At the sight of their leaders reduced to ash, the remaining cultivators of the three tribes in Zhenyu City, along with the ancient tribesmen and human lackeys at their side, turned and fled in blind panic. But no matter how fast they ran, none could hope to escape Ye Cheng's wrath. The swordlight coalesced into a single crimson bird that beat its wings against the sky. With each flap, 1,000 fiery feathers rained down like meteorites, sealing off every remnant of the three clans' auras. Before the incense in Ye Cheng's brazier could burn away, the last of the tribal survivors and the human turncoats had been wiped from Zhenyu City. Not one escaped. Ye Cheng, you'll pay for this. The elders of the Saint Clan will avenge us. You can't escape. Their dying curses rattled through the smoke, but to Ye Cheng they sounded like nothing more than frantic echoes. The outcome was already sealed. With the battlefield silent, he offered no pause for reflection. Turning his back on the ruined streets of Zhenyu City, he set his course due north. His next destination lay beyond the horizon, the ancestral homeland of the Yinming clan, where another reckoning awaited. Low-ranking cultivators who had spent days fighting just to stay alive finally made their way back to Zhenyu City. As they entered the gates, they were met with a grim sight. Monstrous beasts felled in battle, and the human lackeys who had served the three holy clans, once so arrogant, lay strewn across the streets. A wave of relief washed over them. But that relief was tempered by worry. In low voices, they spoke of the young cultivator who had turned the tide, His Highness Ye Cheng. "Do you think he made it out of there alive?" one whispered. Another shook his head. The three holy clans are no joke. Even if Ye Cheng escaped with those forbidden weapons from the Saint Monarch's ruins, how long can he hold out against their combined power? A third side. We're too weak to help him. All we can do now is pray he finds a way to survive. Though Zhenyu City was saved, regret and anxiety hovered in their eyes. They had witnessed Ye Cheng's heroism, and now, powerless to aid him further, they could only hope fortune remained on his side. It was obvious that the forbidden weapons couldn't last forever. Once they were spent, Ye Cheng's fate would be sealed, and the crowd could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. At that tense moment, a calm voice rang out from the assembly. I don't think His Highness Ye Cheng's situation is nearly as hopeless as you all presume. Heads turned. An elder cultivator stepped forward, arms folded. And what makes you say that, fellow Taoist? The speaker smiled faintly. Do you honestly believe the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty would abandon one of its own? If they had the will to rescue him, why would our human lineage fall so low in this wasteland? Murmurs of dissent rose among the onlookers, but the stranger made no reply. With unhurried grace, he slipped a hand into his sleeve and withdrew a small jade carving. Fashioned from blood-red jade, it took the form of a bird in mid-flight, wings spread and talons poised, vibrant and alive. The moment the red bird pendant appeared, every wandering cultivator in the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the exquisite talisman. They recognized it at once. The blood-bird jade carving was a rare teleportation treasure, one unique to the Bloodbird clan. Inscribed within its lore was a simple but powerful ritual. Seal a drop of true blood from a bloodbird holy figure into the jade, and when the need is greatest, channel your spiritual power through it. The jade would consume that blood and conjure a spectral projection of the holy figure to fight by your side. One of the onlookers, a casually dressed cultivator, leaned in and whispered the explanation to his companions. From beneath his robe, he withdrew more artifacts, several identical bloodbird jade carvings, a few green dragon jade carvings, even half a dozen grim underworld corpsebone pendants. Yet none of them had activated during the recent skirmish. Could it be that Ye Cheng moved too quickly? He murmured, voice strained. These treasures never had the chance to respond. He licked his lips, eyes darting from one carved trinket to the next, as if searching for a clue. Then, steeling himself, he focused his energy. With a faint crackle, the first blood-bird jade carving in his hand shattered under his grip, reduced instantly to powder and ash, which drifted, ghost-like, across the battlefield. But when the dust settled, there was no sign of the blood it should have held. Not a drop, not a wisp of lingering power, just empty ruin. All around, the gathered cultivators stood in stunned silence, the mystery of the inert treasures deepening by the heartbeat. A heavy silence fell over Zhenyu City. A small cluster of low-level cultivators stood frozen, exchanging anxious glances. Their hearts pounded. Even the slowest among them had finally pieced it together. Ye Cheng hadn't come here to beg for mercy. He'd come to finish off the three clans' last remnants. Rumor had it that the elite warriors of those tribes, and even the famed three saints, had already fallen at the gates of Tian Mountain. Each had been cut down by a single sweep of Ye Cheng's sword. Their lives ended before an incense stick could burn away. That explained why none of the surviving champions had dared to deploy their ultimate trump cards. They never stood a chance. Still, the official record sounded too outrageous to believe. This must be an exaggeration, one cultivator whispered, his voice trembling so badly he could barely swallow. Around him, the others nodded in silent agreement. If these deeds were true, the news wouldn't stay buried for long. It could sweep across the entire wilderness in just half a month. By then, the speaker trailed off, eyes flashing. With all the masters and elite formations the three holy clans threw at him, every last one of them perished in the battle. When news of His Highness Ye Cheng's victory breaks, it'll be like a seismic shock through the wildlands. The idle gossip of Zhenyu City's cultivators had been uncannily accurate. Barely had Ye Cheng returned to the city, having eradicated the final remnants of the three-tribe alliance at Tian Mountain Gate, when word of his triumph spread like wildfire. Every sect and ancient race that caught wind of the news, from seasoned elders to fresh-faced disciples, was left reeling. They united their three greatest clans and sent out their top saints to finish him, and he slew every last one? Amazing. Incredible. How can one boy wield such power? He's a monster. Is this really just the effect of some forbidden weapon? Outrage and admiration rippled through the martial world. Shocked forces crawled out of hiding, eager to learn more, or perhaps to test this feared newcomer's true strength. They weren't targeting Ye Cheng. After all, it was Ye Cheng who had single-handedly brought down the three great holy clans, and even they couldn't fend off his power. No one in their right mind would dare pick a fight with him. Yet these houses, smart enough to steer clear of Ye Cheng, felt no such restraint when it came to the Yinming and Shui clans, both reeling from staggering losses and the deaths of their leaders. Within days, several ancient families, each boasting one or two quasi-saints, banded together and launched a coordinated strike on the ancestral domains of Yinming and Shui. But when one force finally breached the borders of the Yinming territory, what they found froze their blood. The fabled rebirth burial grounds, hallowed across the wilderness for over 100,000 years, had been reduced to bleached ash by some unknown divine fire. Every once-entombed corpse lay thoroughly incinerated, and all of the Yinming clan's hoarded divine treasures had been utterly obliterated. Such devastation spoke of a power beyond mortal reckoning, and now the entire western frontier trembled at the question, who could have wrought so fearsome a judgment? A tense hush fell over the War Council's pavilion. A breathless envoy burst in, his armor scorched and tattered. "My lords," he panted, "the Yinming clan has been utterly exterminated." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered cultivators. Chancellor Song narrowed his eyes. The conflict at Taiyan Sect only concluded days ago. How could the Yinmings fall so completely and in such secrecy? Elder Long exchanged a wary look with Commander Hu. Their unspoken thought paled their faces. "It must be Ye Cheng," someone finally whispered, a name that chilled every veteran present. Before the words had fully settled, another messenger swept in with equal urgency. He unrolled a blood-stained scroll. "More news from the Southern Coalition," he announced. "Red Abyss Valley, the ancestral stronghold of the Blood Sparrow clan, has been laid to waste. Their valley is flooded with the bodies of their own kin. As of today, the Blood Sparrow line is extinguished." A guard pressed forward. Witnesses at Red Abyss swore they saw the Slayer's figure, the same peerless scourge of the human races, Ye Cheng. Stunned silence followed. Two great clans, annihilated within days of each other, all pointing to one man. As grim realization settled over them, the council knew a storm was coming, and at its eye stood Ye Cheng. Chapter 428. On that day, the entire spirit realm trembled with excitement. Rumors of the great battle at Taiyan Mountain had begun to spread far and wide, closely followed by word of the complete annihilation of both the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan. Every sect and power across the wilderness stirred at the news, though a few, like the Qingjiao clan and its vassal houses, had yet to receive word. At the entrance to the Qingjiao ancestral lands, known as Dongshanzi, a swelling crowd had gathered. Vassal armies came bearing congratulations, and envoys from nearby ancient sects and human factions arrived with offerings in hand. Their presence spoke not only to the Qingjiao clan's formidable reputation, but also to a more recent announcement. 1 month earlier, the venerable patriarch, First Jiaozu, had declared his intention to enter secluded cultivation. All of the clan's accumulated spirit treasures had been sent to his private retreat deep within Dongshan Lake, the very heart of their ancestral domain, so that he might refine and absorb their power in peace. An otherworldly radiance suffused the heavens, turning the clouds a delicate rose and casting Dongshan Lake, stretching thousands of miles, into an ethereal mist. It felt more like a fairyland than the mortal realm. All eyes fixed on the heart of this spectacle, certain that when the Qingjiao clan's first patriarch finally emerged from seclusion, he would shatter his current limits and ascend into the Saint King realm. Yet murmurs of doubt drifted through the assembled cultivators. Have you noticed how many natural treasures they've exhausted in just one day? If he fails to break through, the Qingjiao clan will be utterly depleted. Several others nodded grimly at the thought. But their skepticism drew only scorn from the ancient creatures gathered at the lake's edge. A mighty qilin stamped its hoof, its voice rumbling like distant thunder. Foolish mortals, it sneered. Do you really believe the first patriarch hasn't prepared for every contingency? A fiery phoenix spread its blazing plumage and laughed. Grandfather Dragon Ancestor foresaw this moment long ago, it added. This trial of treasures is merely the first step on his inevitable path to victory. Long before he retreated into seclusion, the first Dragon Ancestor had dispatched the third Dragon Ancestor and the elite Green Dragon Guards to the Taiyan sect with one objective: seize Ye Cheng and his daughter. Ever since Ye Cheng, head of the Saint King's mansion, and his young daughter emerged from obscurity, word of their treasure-filled estate and the Saint King's inheritance it contained had spread like wildfire. Ancient clans, such as the Green Dragon clan, could hardly contain their envy. If they could capture father and daughter, the wealth locked up in the Saint King's mansion would fall straight into the Green Dragon clan's hands, more than enough to recoup their past losses. The plan unfolded perfectly. Having secured the treasures and relics of the Saint King's mansion, the Green Dragon clan's coffers swelled instantly. Even more, these priceless heirlooms would serve as the material foundation the first Dragon Ancestor needed to attempt a second breakthrough into the Saint King realm. Armed with the mansion's blessings and legacies, his chances of success were infinitely higher than before. Triumph settled over the Green Dragon citadel. After all, at just 100,000 years old, the first Dragon Ancestor was still young by Saint King standards, and now more determined than ever to claim his rightful place among the realm's true masters. The Green Dragon clan now boasts a young Saint King to safeguard its hard-won divine treasures. Even if our plan falters, one counselor argued, we still have plenty of reserves to cover any losses. Sacrifice a little profit now, and we'll easily spare enough to propel the first Dragon Ancestor into the Saint King realm. Both within the clan and beyond its borders, everyone could taste the coming windfall and the imminent rise of the first Dragon Ancestor. That's why so many ancient beings, despite the arduous journey of tens of thousands of miles, had flocked here. They hoped to ingratiate themselves with the Dragon clan before its first ancestor's ascension. Among these emissaries were human cultivators as well, led by Princess Jilan of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, her cultivation already perfected to the brink of quasi-saint. Princess Jilan has arrived. At the announcement, ripples of excitement spread across Dongshan Lake. Hundreds of ancient creatures stirred and turned to watch the princess's approach, curious to see what honor she might bestow on the rising Dragon clan, and eager to secure their own place in its bright future. Princess Jilan was resplendent in her palace gown, elegant, graceful, and possessed of a face so luminous she could easily be counted among the famed beauties of the wilderness. A gentle smile played on her lips as her entourage, colorfully dressed attendants, and the Qingjiao clan's stalwart warriors led her into the very heart of Dongshan Lake, a place reserved exclusively for distinguished guests. No sooner had the princess vanished from view than more than half of the onlookers outside the venue exhaled in relief, though their stares remained charged with astonishment. Even the ancient races, proud and haughty though they were, could not help but acknowledge the might of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. After all, the Tianyuan emperor was revered as a saint of his age, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first and third Jiaozu and looking down on patriarchs and elders of the ancient clans. Yet Princess Jilan's arrival also seemed to bolster their pride, fueling an even greater arrogance toward ordinary humans. Their scornful glances dripped with contempt, as if to say that in the presence of true divinity, mere mortals were nothing more than insects. The Qingjiao emissary's voice rang out over the gathered crowd, dripping with contempt. Even the supreme ruler of the human race in the wilderness, the princess of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty herself, has traveled all the way to Dongshan Lake to honor our Qingjiao sacred clan's impending ascension to Holy King. A cruel sneer followed. And you humans, lower even than the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, dare show insolence to us? Heat rose to the faces of the human cultivators. Some had volunteered to come forward, hoping to ingratiate themselves with the alien clan, groveling even in the faint hope of a scrap of favor. Others had been ordered to attend by their superiors, compelled by the Qingjiao's might and the proximity of Dongshan Lake to obey. Yet attendance alone was no shield. They were forced to stand through public insult, powerless to protest. What could they do? With the might of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty united by treaty to these extraterrestrial overlords, resistance was folly. The assembled humans clenched their teeth, swallowing humiliation like bitter pills. On the edge of the crowd, a veteran cultivator murmured to his neighbor, "Accept your fate. This is likely the future of our race in the wilderness. Those who dare defy them, like His Highness Ye Cheng, are marked for tragedy. All we can do is try to survive." Elder Ye Cheng let out a soft sigh, his gaze heavy with unspoken concerns. Behind him, a handful of eager disciples fidgeted, their eyes bright with anticipation of some daring move. With a subtle gesture, he hushed them. "Hold your ground. Do not act recklessly," he murmured, sorrow welling in his voice. Deep beneath the placid surface of Dongshan Lake lay the Qingjiao clan's central chamber, a vast hall reserved for its quasi-saint elders. Here, in the very heart of the sect's refuge, Princess Jilan made her entrance. Ignoring the whispers and scheming of her fellow tribesmen beyond the lake's boundaries, she allowed only one thought to occupy her mind: the reception prepared by the clan's newly installed young master. The chamber was filled with the lingering presence of several Qingjiao ancestors who had ascended to the quasi-sane Ti realm. Though diminished in number, these venerable figures still held tightly to their seats of privilege. As Jilan stepped forward, they inclined their heads in greeting, but made no move to rise. The casual deference grated at her. Jilan's eyes flashed with displeasure. Her cultivation rank, like theirs, was that of a full quasi-saint, arguably, in some respects, even higher. Yet they dared to address her with the diminutive "little friend," as though she were but a child. The slight was clear, and Jilan silently vowed that she would not be underestimated. Jilan forced herself to remain calm, despite the first Jiaozuo ancestor's veiled threat and the true purpose of her visit. Drawing a beautifully embroidered brocade box from within her robes, she set it before the assembled Taoists and lifted its lid. Immediately, a soft humming sound filled the hall. A single spirit bead, wreathed in swirling violet mist, rose from the box and hovered in midair. Every Qingjiao quasi-saint present froze, eyes widening in stunned recognition. "Impossible! It's a human spirit bead from the wild land," one of them whispered, barely audible. "Its rarity rivals that of a saint's own treasure." Another leaned forward, voice hushed with awe. "Legend says this bead can sense the latent talent of any wildland human. The moment it detects a prodigy, it pinpoints both their location and their spiritual aptitude." Jilan's expression remained composed as she addressed the stunned assembly. "This bead is the gift I bear from the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty and the proof of our earnest goodwill. In return, I simply request your cooperation on behalf of Tianyuan." A heavy silence fell. Then the Taoists exchanged glances, realization dawning on each face. They all understood exactly whom the bead was meant to find: Ye Cheng and his daughter, Gu Yiren. With this human spirit bead in play, any hope the two might have of slipping away unseen was effectively extinguished. Princess Jilan held the bead of humanity aloft, its faint glow pulsing in the moonlit courtyard. As long as this bead existed, any force with the right means could pinpoint Ye Cheng's location and eradicate him without mercy. The Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, ever fearful of his hidden talents, would not hesitate to seize such a treasure. But the favor Jilan ultimately demanded in exchange for it was far more intriguing. A tall, cloaked figure stepped forward, one of the Qingjiao clan's quasi-saints, his voice light yet laced with amusement. "Princess Jilan, this bead of humanity is indeed priceless. But surely you don't expect us to grant you anything less than an equally valuable return." Jilan's expression remained unreadable. She had anticipated this, and more. The Holy Dynasty, standing behind her, wasn't merely asking for a token of gratitude. They meant to invest this bead as leverage, securing for themselves the right to share in the divine treasure currently held by Ye Cheng and his cousin, Gu Yiren, once the coming war was settled. It was a bold gambit, one that cut at the heart of Qingjiao's prestige and autonomy. "Not enough?" Jilan echoed, her tone icily calm. "Do you truly believe my Taoist friends would barter Ye Cheng's life for so paltry a stake?" The quasi-saint's amused smile faltered for a heartbeat. Around them, other members of the clan shifted, their composure wavering under her steely gaze. Jilan had not only brought forth the coveted bead, she had also brought the weight of her conviction and the unspoken promise that she would not be trifled with. Silence fell. The fate of Ye Cheng and the balance of power between the great sects hinged on what came next. Princes and saints alike watched, waiting for someone to break the deadlock. Yet for now, the only sound was the soft rhythm of the bead's light, as though mocking those who would dare undervalue it or its bearer. I don't know how powerful Ye Cheng is, but Jilan's gaze flicked to the human bead, her eyes solemn and tinged with fear. The Qingjiao clan had used it once to locate Gu Yiren and Gu Ye Cheng, yet the bead revealed nothing of Ye Cheng's whereabouts, only the staggering talent and position of Gu Yiren. That revelation alone had thrown the entire Tianyuan holy dynasty, emperor included, into disarray. The emperor, who clung to the narrowest hope of rising to Saint King, had long regarded his own talent as a perfect one. By contrast, the human bead marked Gu Yiren's potential at an astonishing 100, and within mere moments, it rocketed into the thousands, even eclipsing her own father's level. A cold rage welled up in Jilan's chest, her murderous intent toward Gu Yiren and Ye Cheng burning hotter by the second. Such prodigies must be eradicated at once. To eradicate this threat once and for all, we must devise every possible countermeasure to cut it off at the root, the High Lord intoned. The Holy Son of Heaven, blessed by the mythical White Bailing, wielded terrifying talent and uncanny fortune. Coupled with the fact that Ye Cheng and his daughter, Gu Yiren, had already seized the Saint King's citadel and its legendary treasures, they posed a danger no one could afford to underestimate. Fearing their growing power, the Tianyuan holy dynasty covertly spread rumors designed to lure both the barbarian god clan and the moon spirit clan into striking at Ye Cheng and his daughter. Yet even this ploy wasn't enough. They dispatched the emissary Jilan to Dongshanzi, bearing the coveted human Tao pearl and the promise of profit-sharing, all a ruse to deliver a final, crushing blow. As Jilan detailed the plan, the assembled quasi-saints of the Qingjiao clan sat in stunned silence. None had anticipated that Gu Yiren's talent would be this formidable. Their surprise was brief, however, and in its wake each resolved to see the plot through to its ruthless end. We appreciate Princess Jilan's warning, and you can rest assured, when our Saint clan moves, we never miss. Perhaps your highness does not know. One of the Qingjiao's quasi-saints, who had stayed behind at Dongshanze, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. His pride was evident in every measured word. My third brother, the third Jiaozu, did not come empty-handed. He wields our clan's ancestral life-spirit weapon, the reverse-scale dragon spear, and he carries with him another priceless heirloom. He paused, drawing out the moment. A single drop of the Qingjiao king's blood, handed down from our clan's very first ancestor. Jilan's eyes widened. She had never imagined the Qingjiao would go to such lengths, entrusting their most sacred legacy to a single warrior. A cold knot of anxiety formed in her chest. She had come here to force the clan's hand, to make them concentrate all their might on Ye Cheng and his daughter, to erase them completely. Now, faced with the enormity of what the third Jiaozu carried, she wondered if even the Saint clan's famed precision could guarantee their victory. She had been sent to use the Wild Realm human bead as bargaining currency to secure and share in the divine treasure's profits. Yet now it appeared the Qingjiao clan had no use for the bead at all. Across the great hall, Jilan's face blanched with panic, while the clan's quasi-saints exchanged triumphant glances. One of them, an imposing figure whose reputation barely fell short of true sainthood, stepped forward, a self-satisfied grin playing on his lips. It seems Ye Cheng is nothing but a jester before our might, he declared. There's no need for you to worry, Jilan. But before he could savor his victory, terrified shouts rang out from the shore of Dongshan Lake. The hall fell into a charged silence, and then a single cool voice cut through the tension, carrying on the wind and echoing as if across the 9 heavens. You are no match for me. There was a beat of stunned stillness. Then the voice came again, softer but no less deadly. Send forth your so-called first Jiao ancestor. Let him come out and die. Chapter 429. Let the first Jiaozu come forth to die. A hush fell over Dongshan Lake. Every ancient beast and human cultivator gathered for the summit, froze in shock, their eyes fixed on the sky. Hovering on a cloud, Ye Cheng stood unmoving. Before him lay several of the Qingjiao clan's fiercest warriors, each pierced through the chest by a single sword strike, their bodies crumpled, eyes staring blankly into the air. These were Dongshan Lake's mountain guards, renowned guardians whose reputations stretched across the land. Yet in an instant, they had fallen under Ye Cheng's blade. Even without uttering another word, the deadly power he'd displayed sent shivers through every creature nearby. "Who is this murderer? Where did he come from? He's terrifying," someone whispered. "I don't know," another replied, voice trembling, "but I fear Dongshan Lake is in for a calamity today." All at once, the assembled cultivators held their breath. Human disciples turned their eager eyes upward, their faces alight with anticipation and hope. Ye Cheng's shocking display had unsettled their world and stirred a thrilling promise of upheaval. Ye Cheng's arrival sent a shockwave through the ranks of the Qingjiao clan's guardians. "He's a powerhouse of the human race," one whispered, awe and suspicion warring in his voice. "Or perhaps some hidden master among the wild humans, finally tired of the Qingjiao slaughtering our geniuses," another muttered. None of them truly knew who Ye Cheng was, but that only fueled their excitement and their fear. Deep within the halls atop Dongshan Peak, the clan's quasi-saint elders, charged with defending the Qingjiao, exchanged grim looks. The tension in the room snapped when one of them slammed his palm onto the obsidian table. "Enough talk. Deploy the clan formation. I want that beast captured alive." With his command, the runes etched into the floor began to glow. The first ancestor might have withdrawn, but these quasi-saints were more than capable of protecting the clan in his absence. A few bristled at the use of such a formidable suppression array, but when they recalled Ye Cheng's arrogant declaration, his confidence that he represented the entire human race, none dared object. They rose in unison, their cultivation auras flaring as they swept from the chamber. Moments later, they stood upon the cloud platform high above, each cloaked in a radiant barrier. Their eyes were ice-cold, every one of them bristling with murderous intent as they fixed their gazes on Ye Cheng. The sky itself seemed to tremble as hunter and hunted faced off, the fate of both human and Qingjiao hanging in the balance. Princess Jilan followed close behind, curiosity and a hint of triumph sparkling in her eyes. Not long ago, the Qingjiao clan had swaggered about, sneering at her and her allies. Then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, they'd been routed by a mysterious warrior. Even if that stranger had escaped or fallen in battle, their clan's pride was already in tatters. But as Jilan chased him up into the swirling clouds, her smirk vanished in an instant. Her eyes went wide with shock and dread, and she blurted out words that echoed across Dongshan Peak, freezing every cultivator and spirit beast in their tracks, including the Qingjiao clan's quasi-saint ancestors. You're Ye Cheng?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. "How could you be here?" At her cry, the assembled creatures and cultivators erupted into astonished murmurs. Many had come to Dongshan Peak, unaware that Ye Cheng and his young daughter were the true targets of the three-tribe alliance led by the Qingjiao clan. Now, staring at him hovering in midair, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Frankly, most onlookers assumed Ye Cheng and his daughter had been scattered and captured by the three-tribe coalition, if not killed outright. Yet here was Ye Cheng himself, long presumed dead, hovering above Dongshan Gorge, and personally demanding that the first Jiaozu step forward and meet his doom. How could the coalition remain, Encom, a quasi-saint of the human race, and of the royal family of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty? Princess Jilan exclaimed, eyes wide. Ye Cheng spared her a cool glance, instantly sizing up her true identity. Representatives from the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty had indeed arrived, but he wasn't so foolish as to believe she was here merely to broker peace between him and the Qingjiao clan. No, Princess Jilan's real purpose was all too clear. Interesting, he whispered under his breath. Perhaps it's time I paid a visit to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty myself. The words struck Princess Jilan like a blade. Her porcelain features paled, and her lips parted as if to protest. But before a single word could pass her lips, the Qingjiao clan's quasi-saints, long smothering their wrath, erupted in furious shouts, finally unleashing the storm they'd been holding back. Ye Cheng had only just landed on the lake's surface when a sharp voice rang out behind him. "Young man, I don't know what trick you used to slip our clan master's grasp," snarled the leading Qingjiao quasi-saint, "but if you think Dongshan Lake is your private refuge, you're sorely mistaken." Before Ye Cheng could reply, the quasi-saint raised his arm and thundered, "Heavenly Dragon Killing Formation, activate!" At once, the Qingjiao clan masters who had already received the imperial edict sprang into action. One by one, they poured their spiritual power into the ancient talismans arrayed around the lake. In an instant, the air shattered with a deafening roar. Boom! A vast formation, thousands of meters across, flared into existence above the water. Pitch-black lines of energy traced themselves into a coiling dragon, its maw opening wide, its eyes two terrible maelstroms of power. The formation began to siphon the very spirit of the land across a 1,000,000-mile radius, drawing every last trace of energy into that dragon-shaped seal. Within the circle of light, the Qingjiao quasi-saints submerged themselves into the formation, each taking position along the dragon's sinuous body. Two of the mightiest hovered at the dragon's eyes, their auras intensifying until the pupils glowed like twin stars. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as the great dragon loomed above him, its overwhelming force ready to crush anything that dared stand in its path. What followed was a colossal manifestation of dragon claws, scales, and a winding tail. Blessed by the 6 demi-saints and fueled by the combined power of over 100 Qingjiao clan emperors, as well as countless ordinary emperors and masters, totaling in the thousands, the spiritual energy drawn from a 1,000,000-mile radius surged to a deafening crescendo. The dragon projection that formed held the might of a true saint, leaving every ancient being gathered at Dongshan Lake utterly stunned. "This is the bedrock of the Qingjiao clan," one elder murmured. "Even without the return of the first and third ancestors, this defensive formation alone could rival a saint's power." "They've badly miscalculated Ye Cheng," another voice hissed. He thought he could slip past the 3 clans' elites and strike while the first ancestor was in seclusion. He never imagined the true depth of the Qingjiao clan's foundation. Many human cultivators sighed, their hearts heavy, desperately praying that Ye Cheng might find a chance to escape. Victory they dared not even imagine. "Die!" came the thunderous cry from the quasi-saints of the Qingjiao clan, assembled in the Tianjiao killing formation. As they channeled the projection's boundless divine power, their eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. At their command, the spectral dragon in the sky unfurled its mighty form, its claws whipping through the air in a frenzy. In an instant, thousands of dragon claw phantoms, each over 100 feet long, ripped forth like cosmic blades, as if determined to sunder the galaxy itself, and hurtled toward Ye Cheng. Along the shore of Dongshan Lake, a multitude of creatures stared on in horror at the meteor-like assault. Any one of those spectral claws arrayed enough destructive force to annihilate thousands of emperor-level cultivators. Even the clan's quasi-saints felt their hearts pound as the raw power of the dragon-claw projections washed over them in terrifying waves. Jilan's gaze flicked to the sky, where Ye Cheng stood composed on a drifting cloud. No matter how she tried, she couldn't shake the knot of panic in her chest. By all accounts, Ye Cheng's position was hopeless. Once he descended, he would be overwhelmed by the Tianjiao killing formation. It was supposed to be a one-way ticket to death. Yet something told her he wouldn't simply throw his life away. He had to possess some hidden trump card. But what? Even if he'd inherited forbidden weapons from the Saint Lord's mansion, those armaments were finite. There was no way he still had an unused ultimate weapon tucked away. And even if he did, at his current strength, only newly arrived in the heavenly emperor realm, he could barely push himself to saint level. That might equate him with the average genius cultivators trapped inside the formation, but it wouldn't be enough to shatter it by sheer force. Then again, this was the Qingjiao ancestral grounds, and part of Wanli's eastern mountain pavilion. Any Qingjiao clansman who performed well here could expect the clan elder's favor. The formation's architects had never considered that someone like Ye Cheng, far outside the bloodline, would appear in their ancestral domain. If he could seize the initiative, if he could turn their own rules against them, he might snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Jilan swallowed hard. The formation's energies roiled below them, ready to strike at the first sign of Ye Cheng's descent. Time was running out. All she could do was hope that whatever plan he had devised would work, and that he could withstand the full might of the Tianjiao killing formation long enough to break free. Below, the cultivators of the Qingjiao clan and the Eastern Mountain Pavilion waited in tense anticipation, unaware that their carefully woven trap might soon ensnare them instead of the intruder they had so confidently marked for death. The moment the Tianjiao killing formation reached its apex, even transcendent cultivators were forced to yield, and Ye Cheng was no exception. Deep within the Eastern Mountain's heart, the first Jiaozu remained alive, but sealed in seclusion. How could Ye Cheng not be on edge? Beside him, Jilan's face was pale with fear. Without a word, Ye Cheng stepped onto his cloud and soared upward. He raised a single finger and pointed into empty air. In an instant, the Suzaku sky sword materialized in his palm, its blade wreathed in searing crimson light. The sword light coalesced into a fiery phoenix avatar that beat its wings and exploded into the sky in a blaze of glory. This was no ordinary weapon. The Suzaku sky sword and 3 others that had accompanied Ye Cheng for countless trials had long ago been offered up and reforged into Holy King weapons in the desolate tower. Until now, however, he had never been able to call upon their full might. But at last, having perfected the Hunyuan immortal body and ascended to the heavenly emperor realm, Ye Cheng could unlock the true power of these top-tier armaments. The heavens themselves trembled as the 4 Holy King weapons prepared to unleash their divine wrath. With his abilities fully unleashed, even without drawing on extra spiritual energy, Ye Cheng was already a lethal threat to any ordinary saint. He combined the Chaos Sword body with mastery of sword power, and now he wielded the Vermilion Bird Sky Sword. Its brilliance alone could fell anyone short of Saint King rank. Before that blinding sword light, even the most perfected saints had no hope but regret. Crack! 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 The Vermilion Bird's radiance burst forth like a furious comet. The Qingjiao clan's dragon claw strikes, hurled with all their might, disintegrated in midair beneath the blade's searing heat. Unstopped, the sword light slashed onward, leaving a trail of scorched air in its wake, and it headed straight for the heart of the Tianjiao killing formation. Inferior energies. Now, one quasi-saint bellowed, eyes wild. Unleash everything you've got, another shouted. Inside the formation, the Qingjiao masters went pale. Even with their combined quasi-saint might, their desperate counterattacks failed to slow the oncoming blade. Every parry and riposte shattered under the Vermilion Bird's wrath. The formation trembled on the brink of collapse. Only a Saint King's intervention could hope to stop Ye Cheng now. As the Vermilion Bird unleashed a long, piercing cry, every creature around Dongshan Lake, and even the weaker Qingjiao clansmen, froze in terrified awe. The fearsome Tianjiao killing formation shuddered under that scream, but before any of its members, elite or otherwise, could utter a warning, Ye Cheng's blade blazed forth. A searing shaft of sword light tore through the formation, incinerating friend and foe alike. In an instant, they were reduced to drifting ashes, suspended between heaven and earth. Chapter 430, Silence fell over Dongshan Lake. Every creature stood frozen, their gazes locked on the spot where the Tianjiao killing formation had hovered only moments before. Now the towering formation, and the vast spiritual energy it had drawn in, lay shattered, its power dissipating back into the world. Beneath that ruined display, the Qingjiao clan's finest had all been slain. Not one remained alive. Princess Jilan pressed herself against the edge of the stunned crowd, her heart pounding in terror. Above her, Ye Cheng hovered in midair, the faint glow of his aura still flickering. Only one desperate thought raced through her mind. Escape! She had to seize this moment, flee before Ye Cheng even noticed her, and make her way back to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. If need be, she would vanish into the wilderness itself, anything to put distance between herself and this ruin. Yet she hesitated, torn by the reluctance to abandon her status, her connections, and everything she'd built in Tianyuan. She would run only if there was truly no other choice. Despite Ye Cheng's overwhelming power, he'd already shattered the famed Tianjiao killing formation. He had only reached the saint level, not yet a Saint King. There was still hope. It wasn't over. Jilan pressed forward, keeping to the shadows as she made her way toward Dongshan Lake's hidden exit. At the same time, her eyes flicked again and again to the lake's deepest, most secret recesses, where the first Jiaozu lay in seclusion. If he could emerge, having broken through into the Saint King realm, Ye Cheng's threat would vanish, and they might even reclaim the initiative, turning defeat into victory and eliminating this unpredictable variable from Dongshan Lake once and for all. A heartbeat later, as if in response to her fervent hope, a deafening roar erupted from the lake's depths, a furious, earth-shaking cry that rolled across the fields. Ye Cheng! You've got some nerve! The roar reverberated through Dongshan Lake, snapping every creature there out of the stupor induced by Ye Cheng's earlier feats. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned toward the lake's deepest reaches, where an immense green dragon, its body stretching more than 3,000 feet, reared up. The dragon's gaze locked onto Ye Cheng, murderous intent crackling in its fierce, ancient eyes. There was no mistaking it. The first dragon ancestor had revealed himself at last. An even greater shock washed over the onlookers as the dragon exhaled. A sovereign's aura pulsed outward, so powerful that many quasi-saints quivered in body and soul, instinctively bowing in reverence. This was the aura of the Holy Way King. Undeniably, the first dragon ancestor had long ago stepped into the Saint King realm, and not merely at its threshold, but firmly established as an early Saint King. A true peer of legends, a contemporary Saint King. In an instant, the balance of power had shifted. Despite all of Ye Cheng's strength and brilliance, he remained worlds away from the might of a Saint King. For a true Saint King, a single strike can shatter countless dragon shadows forged by the heavenly dragon killing formation. A ripple of astonishment ran through the ancient beasts and vassals of the Green Dragon clan, and the remaining warriors erupted in cheers. Even Jilan's eyes glowed with excitement as he looked toward the first dragon ancestor, brimming with eager expectation. But the ancestor's face betrayed no joy, only boundless rage and bitter anguish. It wasn't simply that Ye Cheng had slain so many of their finest. His unexpected assault had also disrupted the ancestor's long-sought breakthrough. This forced retreat had already drained the clan's coffers. Not only had they squandered the vast natural treasures accumulated over countless ages, but the ancestor had even expended the final 2 drops of Qingjiao King blood, the last remnants of the 9 sacred vials bequeathed by their founding forebear. The Qingjiao clan's elders have guarded their sacred essence blood for generations. Yet despite their utmost care, only 3 drops of Qingjiao King blood remained today. One of those drops was sent out by the 3rd patriarch to deter the powerful mercenaries who coveted the Saint Lord's estate. Thanks to its power, he not only repelled them, but also recovered the divine treasure that Ye Cheng and his daughter had safeguarded, and returned it safely to the clan. The remaining 2 drops were consumed by the 1st patriarch just this morning, bolstered by their blessing, and by the countless treasures the Qingjiao have amassed over the ages. He broke through into the Saint King realm. He ought to have pressed on to the middle tier of the Saint King realm, but Ye Cheng's timely arrival thwarted his every effort. In fact, if those 2 drops of Qingjiao King blood had not shielded the 1st patriarch's heart at the crucial moment, he might not even have held his ground at the initial stage of Saint King cultivation. The first dragon ancestor's rage exploded like a wildfire. How could I not hate him? How could I not be furious? He thundered. That brat, Ye Cheng, should be torn to pieces. He ground his teeth, not only at Ye Cheng's audacity, but also at the 3rd dragon ancestor, whom he had personally dispatched to deal with the upstart. Had the 3rd dragon ancestor carried out his mission properly, none of this trouble would have occurred. He was ready to summon the 3rd dragon ancestor before him and administer a sound thrashing. Then, suddenly, his roar caught in his throat. The 1st dragon ancestor's face went stone cold. He had been in seclusion until now and had scarcely registered the outside world's movements. But the moment he emerged and asserted his clan leader's authority, a chilling truth struck him. The 3rd dragon ancestor's luck aura, it was gone. No, it wasn't only the 3rd dragon ancestor. The life force threads that tethered the 300 green dragon guards and even the 5 quasi-saint commanders who led them had all vanished. What is happening here? The first dragon ancestor's shock rippled through him, his aura flaring outward like an immense torch, his eyes ablaze with disbelief and fury. Flames roared and lightning crackled as the storm above Dongshan Lake intensified. Every creature on the water's surface recoiled in shock, their eyes widening at the sight of the first dragon ancestor. Such was the might of the Saint King's aura. It needed no action, no spell or strike. His mere presence began to warp heaven and earth. To him, slaying ordinary emperors was as effortless as drinking water. Princess Jilan felt that crushing pressure bearing down on her. First came disbelief, then sheer awe. All thoughts of claiming shares in the Saint King's inheritance or taking over the Saint Lord's mansion evaporated. In their place burned one fierce desire, that the first dragon ancestor unleash a lightning strike so powerful it would uproot Ye Cheng and annihilate him completely. A roar of approval rose from the surviving members of the Qingjiao clan. "Ancestor, please, act now! Slay this monster and avenge our people!" Others howled more gruesomely. "No mercy! Capture him alive! Dismember him, limb from limb!" Their desperate cries echoed across the storm-tossed lake, underscoring the terrifying choice that lay before the first dragon ancestor. Some of the Qingjiao clan's own members watched from the rear with deep anxiety. These were all former Yunjiao disciples, men and women, who'd been forcibly married into the Qingjiao clan. When the clan's elite formed their killing formation around Ye Cheng, they dared not join the fray. Now they stood aside, watching him through worried eyes. Everyone knew Ye Cheng's true origins, his ties to the Yunjiao clan and the Taiyan sect, and none wished to see him fall. But their strength was too meager. All they could do was pray that he'd manage to break free and live to fight another day. Yet, as they looked up, their hearts clenched at the sight of the first Jiao ancestor's immense pressure. Even though this Saint King had been stalled by Ye Cheng during his realm breakthrough and was only in the early stage of Saint King cultivation, his power was still staggering. Faced with such overwhelming might, how could anyone locked in his killing formation escape? At Dong Mountain Marsh, every creature watched the battle unfold with its own hopes and fears, but all shared the same conviction. Ye Cheng had no chance of victory. Some whispered prayers for his survival, others waited breathlessly for his inevitable defeat. Suddenly, a streak of rainbow light cut across the sky. Ye Cheng was making his move. With a powerful thrust, he shattered the encircling formation and darted straight for the perimeter of the battlefield. "He's running?" A taunting voice rang out. The arrogant brat finally admits defeat. Too little, too late. But as the onlookers jeered, their laughter died on their lips. For the fleeing figure was none other than the progenitor of the Qingjiao clan, their greatest ancestor, thought long since bound by ancient seals. "Impossible. Why is our revered ancestor trying to escape?" someone gasped. Silence fell over the marsh as realization dawned. Ye Cheng wasn't the desperate loser they'd assumed. He was biding his time, luring them into a trap. And now, with his clan's ancestor at his back, the tide of battle was about to turn, spectacularly. Chapter 431. At the shores of Dongshan Lake, every member of the Qingjiao clan and the ancient beasts they protected stood frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had watched with sneering confidence, certain that the only fool brave enough to challenge the three sacred clans was Ye Cheng, the unseasoned youth. None of them ever imagined it would be the formidable first patriarch himself sweeping across the water's surface in a desperate flight. In an instant, the first patriarch's form ignited with prismatic light. His spirit energy flared like a raging sun, propelling him forward with unimaginable speed. To the onlookers below, he became nothing more than a comet streaking through the sky, gone thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Fear and confusion rippled through the surviving Qingjiao guards and ancient creatures. Their cries and protests drifted upward, unheard. For the first patriarch, there was only one thought. He had been utterly wrong about Ye Cheng. The protective wards sustaining the third patriarch and the Qingjiao sentinels had already collapsed, but this young man had survived, and not because of any forbidden weapon or hidden talisman. As the landscape blurred behind him, the first patriarch's heart pounded. He had underestimated Ye Cheng's true strength, and now, more than ever, he understood that this battle was far from over. Ye Cheng's mind was unshakable. no matter what hidden trump cards the first dragon ancestor might still possess. Not even that ancient power could stand against him. Breaking through to the Saint King realm wouldn't change a thing. Consider how the third dragon ancestor had thrown everything into the fight. Legions of elite warriors and even a drop of Green Dragon King's blood, yet achieved nothing. Had he truly unleashed his full strength, a Saint King at his level might at least have fought to a stalemate or escaped to warn his allies. Instead, he and his Green Dragon Guards were cut down so swiftly that no one lived to send a single word of report. The message was clear. Ye Cheng's power was leagues beyond theirs. In theory, if he were already mid-Saint King, they might have stood a chance at resisting. But as things stood now, there was nothing left to say. With a curt nod, Ye Cheng turned on his heel. "Let's go." He did not hesitate or look back. The fate of the scattered clansmen and the ruins of Dongxianxia was of no concern to him. In any case, the core of the Qingjiao had already been consumed by his will. Once I've fully absorbed and refined the divine power from these natural treasures, I'll shatter my current limits and break through to the mid-Saint King realm. Today's disgrace and wasted foundation will be nothing but a memory. After all, as long as the Green Hills stand, there'll always be firewood on hand. Let's go, now! With that resolve burning in his heart, Ye Cheng surged forward, eyes locked on the distant boundary of Dongxianxia. The first dragon ancestor was already making his escape, his figure a swift streak vanishing into the horizon. But before he could slip beyond reach, a sharp crack split the air. A blade of pure, incandescent light tore through the void and carved a gash in reality itself, forming an impenetrable barrier that barred the way. Leaving so soon, first dragon ancestor? Ye Cheng strode through the rift, his voice cool but edged with surprise. He knew better than anyone the might of the first dragon ancestor. After all, this man had slain an ancient Saint King of the barbarian god clan. Yet to flee so decisively, Gu found it hard to believe. Now face to face, the two stood at the edge of Dongxianxia, the humming swordlight between them, marking the line where neither could retreat. The first dragon ancestor froze for an instant. Then, realizing he stood no chance against me, he turned on his heel and fled, leaving even the Qingjiao clan's treasures behind. His abrupt retreat caught me off guard. It was unfortunate for him, really. My swordsmanship had already ascended to the very pinnacle of the sword Pao, our realm. At this level, I can project my blade across 100,000 miles with nothing more than a thought. The dragon ancestor's body technique couldn't begin to match such instantaneous range, and as a mere Saint King, he's nowhere near the rare Saint Lords who can traverse 10,000 or even 100,000 miles in a single breath. From the moment he confronted me, his destiny was sealed. Ye Cheng, the dragon ancestor bellowed, his voice shaking the air. I admit your strength far surpasses my worst fears, but I am no pushover. He planted his feet and squared his shoulders. If you drive me into a corner, don't expect a pleasant outcome. If you let me go right now, I swear on my life I'll never stand against you in this lifetime. The first dragon ancestor halted in his tracks as Ye Cheng stepped forward to block him. Panic flickered in the dragon's ancient eyes, but he forced himself to calm, grit his teeth, and rush out his plea. If that oath isn't enough, I'll add another condition. Let me serve you as your follower for 100 years. No, 1,000 years. A stunned hush fell over the assembly of ancient beasts and human cultivators. Did he just say 1,000 years of servitude? One cultivator whispered. How powerful is Ye Cheng that the first dragon ancestor is reduced to begging? Another murmured. He's not only sworn to never be Ye Cheng's enemy again, he surrendered any hope of revenge and volunteered a millennium of loyalty. All eyes turned to Ye Cheng, breaths caught in unison. They knew an oath of fate wasn't made on a whim. The higher one's cultivation, the more binding the heavenly decree that enforced such a vow. And now the most fearsome dragon of all was pledging eternal obedience rather than face Ye Cheng's wrath. Among the top-tier cultivators, those who have reached the king and emperor realms, an oath of destiny can sometimes be shattered once they ascend to the venerable realm. But for practitioners on the sacred path, such vows are absolute. Even if they attain the perfection of the holy monarch or break into the lofty Tao realm, they remain shackled to their oath. To violate it is to court disaster. Not only would their progress along the Tao grind to a halt, but their very cultivation could be annihilated. The only true escape lies in transcending the mortal world altogether, ascending to the celestial realm, and shedding every earthly constraint. Yet from ancient times to the present, even on the vast divine continent of the northern wilderness, those who have reached the celestial realm are counted on one hand, and each is enshrined in legend. It is plain that the first dragon ancestor stands no chance of such a feat. As a result, the moment he seals this lifetime oath, all desire for revenge dies with it. He will never seek vengeance in this life. Not even a flicker of anger toward Ye Cheng can arise. The first dragon ancestor's proclamation rang out across the hall. He would swear allegiance, and for another 1,000 years, no less, to Ye Cheng. It was a staggering commitment. Had anyone else described it, most would have dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet here it was, spoken by one of the Saint King realm's mightiest, and spoken with all the solemnity of a sacred vow. Still, Ye Cheng's face betrayed no surprise. He stood perfectly calm, as if the offer, unthinkable to ordinary mortals, was of no consequence to him. If he hadn't inherited Saint King Yuanwu's legacy in the Saint King's mansion, perhaps he might have felt something: gratitude, awe, even obligation. But now? His eyes showed only cool detachment. The first dragon ancestor's expression darkened at Ye Cheng's indifference. "Do you truly intend to fight me to the death?" he demanded. Without a word, Ye Cheng lifted his hand. A blade of pure sword energy flickered into existence, carving through the air like a falling star. Swish! In an instant, the first dragon ancestor detected the killing intent. He vanished in a blur, reappearing thousands of miles away with an ashen face. But even at that distance, Ye Cheng's sword light still cut relentlessly toward him. The hall fell deathly silent. Two titans of cultivation, locked in a moment of lethal resolve, neither willing to yield. Ye Cheng didn't hesitate this time. Gathering every ounce of his will, he unleashed the Suzaku sky sword in a blazing arc toward the first dragon ancestor. The blade's searing brilliance carried a killing intent so fierce that even the ancient dragon warrior's face drained of color. Saint King armor. Activated? The first dragon ancestor roared in surprise. He had never imagined Ye Cheng could tap into the full might of that legendary suit of battle gear. Yet the teenager's previous display of power had already unnerved him. There was no room left to hesitate. Boom! Inside the first dragon ancestor's body, the remnants of divine essence, once sealed away within countless natural treasures, ignited in a furious conflagration. He had stockpiled those essences precisely to elevate himself to the mid-Saint King realm, but until now he'd held them back, refining and absorbing each drop gradually. In one explosive instant, he released it all. His aura surged, pushing him temporarily to the mid-Saint King level. "Ha! Ha!" The dragon warrior laughed, voice low and feral. "Human boy, you've walked yourself into a trap. Nothing short of tearing you limb from limb will slake the rage in my heart." He bared his claws, aura crackling around him, as the two warriors prepared to collide in a battle that would shake heaven and earth. The first dragon ancestor's heart constricted with anguish. Priceless divine essences reduced to nothing more than disposable fuel, all because of one mortal youth, Ye Cheng. With a thunderous roar, the ancient serpent shed its disguise and revealed its true form, an emerald leviathan over 1,000 feet long, scales gleaming like molten jade. Coiling once, it then drove its massive tail skyward, forging a spectral draconic whip crackling with world-shattering power. Yet Ye Cheng stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable. He made no grand gesture of sorcery, no earth-breaking incantations or elemental summons. Calmly, he slid his hand to the hilt of the Suzaku sky sword strapped across his back. In the next heartbeat, the blade leapt free, unleashing a lance of scarlet-white light that rocketed toward the dragon's spectral tail. The moment sword light met draconic energy, the heavens seemed to shatter. A deafening boom rolled across Dongshan Lake as blade and whip collided in midair, their energies detonating in a blinding flash. The blast instantly vaporized the spiritual currents of cloud and sky around them. Below, every creature in the lake froze. Spirits, beasts, even the wind, held motionless, as if the world itself dared not draw breath in the wake of that titanic clash. The air over Dongshan Lake crackled with the remnants of the blast as the first dragon ancestor stood motionless, his gaze locked on the epicenter. Hatred and murderous intent had once roiled in his eyes, but in the next instant, every vestige of malice vanished, replaced by pure, suffocating terror. He had poured every ounce of his power into the Qingjiao treasure technique, drawing forth a massive dragon-tail weapon. Yet before Ye Cheng's blinding sword light, even that formidable weapon hadn't lasted a heartbeat. The dragon tail exploded into fragments, scattering like dust on the wind. He actually completed it. The first dragon ancestor's mind reeled. How is that possible? His knuckles whitened as he stepped back, horror overtaking him. The brilliant arc of swordlight dropped down faster than thought. Ye Cheng, no, he tried to rally strength, voice trembling. Your Highness Ye Cheng, I swear fealty. I will follow you forever. I will never betray you. But the plea died in his throat. Before the wide-eyed spectators gathered around the lake, the sword beam struck true, piercing the ancient dragon lord through and through. The first dragon ancestor fell, lifeless, his final defiance extinguished in an instant. Chapter 432. The first patriarch is dead. Not even his body remains. It was taken by Prince Ye Cheng, and the Qingjiao clanspeople haven't escaped either. A wave of panic rippled across Dongshan Lake. Ancient beasts and human cultivators alike trembled as word spread. The mighty first patriarch had fallen, and his corpse was now Prince Ye Cheng's trophy. In the vast, churning waters, chaos reigned. The remaining members of the Qingjiao clan and their vassals lost all composure. One after another they turned tail and fled in terror. Yet those nursing a blood feud against the Qingjiao moved even faster. Some were from ancient races once subjugated as the clan's unwilling vassals, cast into the front lines as cannon fodder to raid other peoples and strip their resources. Among them, countless prodigies had perished. Others were men and women of the Yunjiao sect, forcibly absorbed into Qingjiao ranks. At the first patriarch's fall, surprise froze them in their tracks, then a long-suppressed fury burst into flame. Voices rose in vengeful cries. It was you who killed him. You'll pay for every life you've destroyed. From across the turbulent lake, Prince Ye Cheng stood unshaken, his expression calm beneath the storm of wrath directed at him. The survivor's hatred only strengthened his resolve. This confrontation was far from over. And as the accusers closed in, swords and spirit weapons at the ready, the next chapter of Dongshan Lake's bloody reckoning began. They forced my brother and sister to die all for that so-called young master of yours. They could have risen to become emperors. A cold fury crackled in her voice. My father divorced my mother to keep me from your Qingjiao clan's grasp. He was even coerced into marrying one of your nobles, only for you to drag me here after his death and force me into another Qingjiao marriage. That debt of blood will be paid today. Don't you dare stop me, she snarled. I'm going to kill them both, right here. Right now. In an instant, Dongshanze erupted into chaos. Cultivators and beasts alike rose in a wave of raw vengeance, drowning out the Qingjiao clan's once ironclad dominance. The clan's counterattacks faltered under the onslaught. Their arrogance and cruelty had finally sown bitter fruit. High above the turmoil, Ye Cheng hovered on his cloud, powerless to intervene. He watched as old grudges dissolved into frenzied retribution, and those ancient tribes and human factions who had once pledged fealty to the Qingjiao found their loyalties torn apart. Many had come eager to serve the clan, dreaming of vassal status, but now their hearts churned with doubt, all the old certainties shattered beneath the storm of revenge. And Ye Cheng could only stand by, letting the tide of justice, however bloody, wash over them. Now, surveying the devastation around him, Ye Cheng's heart tightened with dread. The Qingjiao tribe, once the third-ranked power of the wilderness, poised to eclipse even the Yueling barbarian god tribe, had been driven to the brink of extinction. The few survivors stared at him with tear-stained faces, their gratitude boundless yet tinged with sorrow. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a proud, sacred tribe could fall so completely. A sudden rush of wind announced his arrival. In a flash, Ye Cheng descended from his cloud mount and settled among the trembling creatures. They cowered at the sight of him, bracing for an attack. But instead of striking, he simply raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief before retreating into the shadows, too ashamed even to meet his gaze. No sooner had they scattered than another figure streaked into the clearing, a lone female cultivator from the human realms, urgency written on her face. Before she could reach him, Ye Cheng flicked his wrist, and a blade of pure swordlight sprang into being, slicing the air to block her path. The survivors gasped. Whispers rippled through the clearing. Who is she? Could she be connected to the Qingjiao tribe? As tension crackled between them, Ye Cheng eyed the woman coolly, ready to learn whether she was friend or foe. Her sect? As far as I remember, it's nothing more than a minor human faction. A ripple of astonishment swept through the assembled beasts and cultivators. They all stared at the captured woman, an elderly human whose cultivation barely breached the heavenly emperor realm. Why on earth had His Highness Ye Cheng singled her out? Murmurs of confusion rose around him, but Ye Cheng ignored them. He simply studied the old woman with mild amusement playing on his lips. How very unbecoming of Princess Jilin, he said, voice light. To think you disguise yourself so clumsily, hiding your head while your tail sticks out for all to see, doesn't exactly uphold the dignity of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, does it? At his words, an uproar broke out. The old woman's face went stiff with fury. Then, with a snarl of defiance, she yanked off her veil and tore open her robes. In that instant, the figure of Princess Jilin was revealed. But this was no mere escape. Jilin herself had slain the elderly sectist in secret and stolen her identity. In her hand gleamed the legendary Wild Realm human bead, a pearl suffused with the life force of countless mortals. With it, she could perfectly mimic any human cultivator's appearance and spiritual signature anywhere in the Wild Realm. No one could pierce such an illusion, unless their spiritual senses far exceeded her own. The crowd fell silent, every eye fixed on the true Princess Jilin and on Ye Cheng, who had so effortlessly unmasked her. Princess Jilin had trusted the human bead's power to mask her identity, hoping it would carry her safely away from death's doorstep. She never imagined Ye Cheng's spiritual insight would be so keen, or her disguise so transparently revealed. Caught in his unwavering gaze, her heart skipped a beat, but the quasi-saint recovered her composure with a practiced smile. Evergreen Palace, she began, inclining her head. I have long admired your highness's renown. I came today to appeal for the Qingjiao clan's mercy, yet I find myself in awe of your strength. It seems my efforts were in vain. A stunned silence rippled through the gathering of human cultivators and ancient beasts. Whispers flitted from ear to ear. Princess Jilin was nothing if not cunning. She'd counted on the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's influence to sway Ye Cheng. But now the Qingjiao negotiators lay dead by his sword, their secret dealings buried with them. All that remained was her. Every pair of eyes turned to Jilin, waiting to see how she would extricate herself from this perilous deadlock. Although Jilin's bold decision to throw in with Ye Cheng bordered on impudent, there was no denying its effectiveness. After all, both of them were human. She could plausibly claim she'd come to the Qingjiao clan's aid, and so Ye Cheng found himself unable to harm her. Jilin wasn't just any ally. She was a quasi-saint of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty and a recognized quasi-saint among the wilderness tribes. Now, in the wake of this battle, Ye Cheng had emerged as the uncontested leader of the human clans in the wastelands, and he was unlikely to make any rash moves that might jeopardize the larger alliance. Around them, onlookers exchanged relieved glances. Even Jilin allowed herself a flicker of satisfaction. Ye Cheng's ferocity had annihilated every senior officer of the Qingjiao clan. True, he was difficult to predict or restrain, but if he survived and slipped away, there would always be time to rein him in later. In her mind, Jilin was already drafting her report to her father and elder brother. She would urge the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty to maintain a low profile for the time being, to avoid any hasty reprisals. But before she could put that plan into words, a sudden, sharp sound cut through the tension. Puff! A blade of light lanced across her forehead, yanking Jilin's drifting thoughts back to the present. She stared at Ye Cheng in stunned disbelief, lips parting as if to speak, yet no words would form. Why would you? 1,000 questions raged in her mind. How could he dare kill her? How could he disregard the fate of all humanity in the wilds? But Ye Cheng offered no answer. With cold detachment, he sheathed his sword. Jilan's legs gave way beneath her. She crumpled to the ground, unanswered, unmoving. Even as life drained from her, her eyes remained wide open, never once granting themselves the mercy of a final soft blink. Chapter 433. Princess Jilan is dead? A stunned hush fell over the assembled cultivators and creatures. None of them had expected Ye Cheng to move so swiftly, or so ruthlessly, against the famed Princess Jilan. To their eyes, she'd never even had a chance. What they didn't know was that Ye Cheng had long ago placed both Princess Jilan and the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty on his must-eliminate list. She'd believed her conspiracy was safe from prying eyes. In reality, Ye Cheng had already uncovered every shred of her scheme back in the abandoned tower, where he recovered fragments of Yinming clan sorcery. Using the corpses of fallen titans as templates, he had perfected the underworld puppet technique, stealing memories and magical legacies from the dead. By the time he reached Dongshanze, both the Yinming and the Shuike clans lay in ruin, their complete magical systems already in his possession. True, Yinming and Shuike magic paled in comparison to Ye Cheng's own formidable spells. But it was the Yinming treasure manual's secret method for refining puppets, combined with Ye Cheng's soul-searching technique, that gave him unparalleled power. Short of confronting a Saint King-level cultivator, no one could stand against him. Ye Cheng knew that no matter how powerful a Saint King realm cultivator might be, if he struck first, their soul's self-destruct failsafe wouldn't have time to trigger. In an instant, he could absorb every memory and hidden treasure technique they harbored. That was exactly how he seized the Qingjiao clan quasi-saints' recollections of their secret meeting with Princess Jilan, and uncovered the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's covert plans. On top of that, at the exit of the Forsaken Tower, he'd even sided with the alien coalition, despite his human heritage. With all this evidence in his hands, there was no way he could let the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty survive. In a swift motion, he confiscated the Qingjiao clan's divine relic, the corpses of their fallen quasi-saint dragons, the forbidden talismans anchoring their formation, everything of value. Then he freed the imprisoned members of the Yunjiao clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Cheng summoned his spirit boat and carried everyone back to Luoshan Academy. Back on the academy grounds, life bustled on with renewed vigor, unaware of how close the world had come to upheaval. Despite the bustling activity in the courtyard, many faces remained tense. They had routed the three-clan coalition's vanguard and slain all the turncoats, but no triumph in this skirmish could decide the war's outcome. Only the battle raging at Taiyan Sect's mountain gate would. And it had been nearly 7 days without word from that front. It's been almost a week. Still no news from Taiyan Sect, Luo Li fretted, pacing before the academy's flagstones. Chang Sunming drew a steadying breath. I can't help but worry about what's happening over there, Your Highness. Taoist Yunqi pressed a palm to his forehead. If only someone could slip through and deliver a report, anything would help us know where they stand. Emperor Liang, seated on an elevated dais, offered them a reassuring smile. Come now, my young friends, don't let your imaginations run wild. What sort of man is His Highness Ye Cheng? Though the three clans have joined forces, I have no doubt they lack the strength to fell him. He leaned forward, recalling the last time he'd spoken with Ye Cheng. The prince's confidence had been irresistible, his calm gaze promising victory, his stance unshakable. When I first met him, he arranged for reinforcements here at Luoshan Academy. He walked in as if he owned the place. Yet his eyes, the emperor chuckled softly, they burned with such fierce certainty, I was convinced he'd triumph without breaking a sweat. Luo Li forced a smile. You're right, Your Majesty. If anyone can hold the line at Taiyan Sect, it's him. Chang Sunming bowed. We'll keep our spirits up and await his return. May the gods watch over him. Emperor Liang raised a slender cup of tea. To Ye Cheng, may his blade stay sharp and his heart stay steadfast. All around, they echoed the toast, forcing hope back into their hearts, even as uncertainty lingered in the cold morning air. Since meeting Ye Cheng in the Wilderness Tower, old Emperor Liang had been repeatedly astonished by the young man's talents, nowhere more so than during the battle at Luoshan Academy. There, Ye Cheng's ingenious formation and hidden contingency plan won Liang's unwavering trust. As the old emperor laughed boisterously and spoke with confident assurance, Luo Li and the others could only offer wry, bitter smiles. They all understood the source of his optimism. After all, their opponents were a coalition of the three ancient holy tribes. In the face of those legendary powers, even the greatest authority in the entire Yingyue divine dynasty, the Yingyue Empress, was scarcely more than an ant. And among those three clans stood one that reigned supreme over the wilderness, the first holy tribe under the Overlord. Who wouldn't tremble at such a lineup? "I pray that His Highness will have good fortune," Luo Li murmured silently. Just then, a sudden whoosh split the thick sea of clouds above Luoshen Academy. Through the mist, a spirit boat emerged, its sails billowing like great wings against the gray firmament. On board stood the Academy's teachers and students, flanked by the allied cultivators from Liyang and myriad spirit creatures who had come to lend their support. At the helm, radiating a quiet authority, was a presence everyone recognized instantly. "His Highness Ye Cheng has returned," someone cried aloud. "His Highness Ye Cheng wins." A wave of exultation swept through the gathered hosts. Students jumped to their feet, cultivators raised their arms in triumph, and even the spirit beasts let out roaring cheers that echoed like thunder across the mountaintops. From every corner of Luoshen Academy, from the grand lecture halls to the shaded bamboo groves, voices rose in celebration. As the boat descended, Ye Cheng appeared at its prow. He wore a flowing white robe that shimmered like fresh snow, his dark hair loose and wind-tossed, lending him the air of an exiled immortal returned to claim his place. Each step he took toward the academy courtyard felt measured and confident, as though the world itself bowed in recognition of his achievement. Below, eyes shone with unrestrained admiration and joy. The students' cheers were heartfelt. Their respect for Ye Cheng ran deep. Cultivators who had once doubted his youth now regarded him with awe. Even the masters of the Yunjiao clan, stalwart allies who had accompanied him on countless trials, could only stand in silent wonder. In their gazes flickered gratitude and reverence, for it was by Ye Cheng's hand that they had triumphed against impossible odds. As the spirit boat settled, its ethereal light dimming to a gentle glow, Ye Cheng paused at the gangplank. He turned once to the crowd, offering a small, humble smile that seemed to hold all the hardships he had endured and all the victories won. Then, stepping down onto solid ground, he moved forward into the roar of approval, ready to face whatever new challenges awaited him at Luoshen Academy. Ever since Ye Cheng appeared on the field, he drew the wholehearted loyalty of countless human cultivators and ancient beasts alike. Even setting aside his astonishing talent, the sheer force of his character was enough to inspire awe and gratitude. "What a peerless hero," the elders of the Yunjiao clan would whisper among themselves. "We recognized him long before anyone else. Truly, our clan is blessed by heaven." Only days had passed since the titanic struggle at Taiyan Mountain, and already rumors of Ye Cheng's exploits had set the entire wilderness ablaze. The three ancient holy clans, Qingjiao, Shuikui, and Yinming, once unchallenged pillars of power, lay shattered at his feet. None suffered more swiftly or disgracefully than the Qingjiao, the foremost among them. Their first Jiao Zhu, a cultivator whose strength rivaled even the mid-stage Saint King realm, threw everything he had against Ye Cheng. Yet in the end, he could not withstand a single strike. Life left him as Ye Cheng's blade came down. News of this slaughter spread like wildfire. Everywhere it reached, among the wandering cultivators, the hidden sects, and the ancient beasts, it was met with stunned silence. How could one man, barely known beyond his clan's borders, rise so quickly? How could he bring down three of the wilderness's mightiest powers in the span of a few days? As the echoes of disbelief rolled across the land, one thing became certain: a new force had emerged, and his name was Ye Cheng. News of the decisive battle that shattered the three holy clans swept across the wildlands like a rising storm. The name of the Luoshen Gu clan now echoed through every valley and plateau, its momentum threatening to eclipse the old powers and claim overlordship over the entire wilderness. At the same time, Gu Yiren, daughter of the newly anointed hero Ye Cheng, had become a household name. Just 10 years old, she had stunned the cultivators of the Wilderness Tower with a single performance, rocketing to first place on the official rankings. Her poise and power left every prodigy under a century-old feeling nothing but shame. And as for Ye Cheng himself, his feat of wiping out 3 once mighty clans turned him into a living legend among humans everywhere. Countless geniuses, veteran masters, and even reclusive monks worshipped him as humanity's savior. In stark contrast, the so-called Tianyuan Emperor, long known for appeasing alien races and sharing leadership of mankind without ever seeking true supremacy, now stood eclipsed by a new generation's champion. It was Ye Cheng who, at last, truly led humanity's resurgence across the wildlands. Thanks to the life essence converging in the purple chi cauldron, Ye Cheng's cultivation has leapt forward once more. It's been only 7 days since the decisive battle that obliterated the Qingjiao clan, and he has already broken through another threshold, ascending into the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Yet despite this remarkable surge in his overall strength, his progress in swordsmanship has been comparatively slow. Ever since he entered the realm of sword power, Ye Cheng has felt the constraints of a stubborn bottleneck. Even with the Chaos Sword body and the Hunyuan Immortal body blessing his path, his daily gains in sword technique have been agonizingly incremental. In truth, by ordinary standards, this rate of growth would still be astonishing. After all, most cultivators need tens of thousands of years, anchored by Saint King-level foundations, before they can temper genuine sword power. Only those who have devoted hundreds of thousands of years to their art ever reach this level. Still, Ye Cheng refuses to despair. He understands that true breakthroughs in divine swordsmanship rarely arrive overnight. With a determined gleam in his eye, he resumes his training, channeling every scrap of fortune from the purple chi cauldron into refining his blade intent and preparing for the next great leap forward. Ye Cheng's cultivation had only reached the Heavenly Emperor stage, and he'd spent just over 20 years in training, barely a blink compared to the centuries that the legendary sword saints devoted to their art. Once a swordsman unlocks sword force, further breakthroughs in technique demand long years, often decades of relentless practice when no extraordinary opportunity presents itself. Although Ye Cheng advanced a little with each passing day and night, the pace still felt excruciatingly slow. If fellow sword cultivators knew how impatient he'd grown, they'd probably spit blood at his complaints. Yet nothing could still the restless ache in his heart. Ultimately, it's because my opponents are too weak, he murmured under his breath. Sword cultivators measured their true strength on the battlefield, where technique clashed and was owned to perfection. But as he surveyed the empty plain around him, he realized there was no rival here worthy of a contest. Ye Cheng leaned back against the jade-green boulder, eyes half closed as he reviewed his plans. Beyond relentless sword duels and cultivation battles, he had followed a second path ever since his days in Nanchuan Divine Province, tracking down the inscriptions and manuscripts left behind by past swordmasters. By studying their charred calligraphy and fractured runes, he'd pieced together lost techniques and refined his own form. Of course, given the raw power of his sword aura, the relics he uncovered were never mediocre scraps. High-grade sword-wielding artifacts, hidden away in forgotten mountain shrines or buried beneath collapsed sect libraries, had become almost routine prizes. And now, with the 3 hostile tribes finally destroyed, Ye Cheng felt certain that such opportunities would only multiply. Fortunately, he murmured, it'll be far easier to unearth these treasures from now on. His thoughts drifted to the aftermath of his victory. In the Luoshen Gu clan's ancestral lands, only he and his sworn sister, Xiao Yuren, remained as direct heirs. Yet the clan's influence spanned hundreds of vassal families, dozens of quasi-saint-level sects, and even a handful of clandestine quasi-saints among mankind. Countless disciples, once terrorized into seclusion by the 3 tribes' reign of terror, had emerged the moment they learned of their enemy's downfall. One by one, they offered their allegiance to Ye Cheng. He tapped the Dao recognition system he'd acquired some time ago. With a glance, it could discern the sincerity of every follower, distinguishing true loyalty from feigned devotion. As the system's data scrolled quietly in his mind, Ye Cheng allowed himself a small, confident smile. The balance of power was shifting. With the 3 tribes eradicated, his network of allies restored, and the promise of untold sword inscriptions awaiting discovery, a new chapter in the Luotian Gu clan's legacy was about to begin. Those he accepts as disciples are first-rate in both strength and loyalty. With them at my side, searching the wilds for relics and opportunities will be far easier. After all, what's a few more days in the wilderness if it means assembling the best team possible? Now that I've broken into the Emperor realm, my power has grown substantially. I can head straight to the Yuanwu mansion to attempt the second trial, the Saint-level gauntlet. If I emerge victorious, the rewards will be tremendous. I'll earn the right to claim one of the three sects' greatest treasures. The Yuanwu mansion is rumored to house countless Taoist artifacts. Although both the Yuanwu Saint and the Tianhuang True Immortal specialized in sword cultivation rather than purely Taoist techniques, their legacy of spiritual refinement remains. Somewhere in those halls, there must lie a relic capable of elevating my swordplay to new heights. But before I make my way to Yuanwu Mansion, there's one final matter to settle, the long-standing grudge between myself and the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. That debt must be paid in full. Only then can I pursue the three sects' opportunities with a clear mind and claim whatever treasures await me. Chapter 434. The imperial capital of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty was in an uproar. Word had spread, Ye Cheng had not only annihilated the three rebellious tribes, but had personally slain Princess Jilan, who'd been sent to the Qingjiao clan to forge an alliance against him. News of these feats reached the highest courtiers and the emperor himself with swift inevitability. In the grand audience hall, tension crackled through every perfumed corridor. Emperor Tianyuan sat on his throne, his expression drained of color. At his side stood Crown Prince Ji Yan, whose earlier contempt for his younger siblings, whom he'd long viewed as obstacles to the succession, had at this moment twisted into something like desperate fear. If he could shed his princely title and flee the palace walls, he would have done so in an instant. "Father," Ji Yan choked out, voice barely above a whisper. "What are we to do now?" Emperor Tianyuan's eyes flickered with unsteadiness as he studied his son. Finally, Ji Yan ventured, "Perhaps we should send an envoy to Ye Cheng, offer our goodwill, declare our submission before he strikes at us." The emperor's face paling further, he slammed a fist against the throne's armrest. "You fool! Surrender before a single blow has fallen? Haven't you learned anything about pride and strength?" His voice was low but thunderous in the hush of the hall. "We are the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. We do not prostrate ourselves at the feet of rebels." A collective gasp rippled through the assembled ministers. Even the most hardened officials exchanged uneasy glances. Ye Cheng's meteoric rise, his single-handed destruction of three powerful tribes and the slaying of a princess had left everyone breathless, heart pounding with apprehension, and yet the emperor would not concede. Ji Yan forced himself to stand straighter, trying to swallow the knot in his throat. In that moment, father and son were united in a stark realization. Ye Cheng was no ordinary warlord, and the balance of power within the realm had shifted irreversibly. The question now was how the dynasty would respond, before it was too late. "Then, we really can't stand against Ye Cheng," Ji Yan muttered, ducking his head under his father's reproachful gaze. Emperor Tianyuan gave him a sharp look, but Ji Yan couldn't help himself. He believed that their best and perhaps only hope was to admit defeat and plead for mercy. If they surrendered now, they might secure better treatment from Ye Cheng. If they held out, they risked losing everything and still ending up as his vassals. At Ji Yan's words, the emperor fell silent. After a long moment, he pressed his lips together and spoke, voice low but steady. "Don't worry. Whatever happens, the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty is the undisputed leader of humanity in the wilds. We govern more than half of its people." He lifted his chin. "Ye Cheng won't dare kill us. That gives us the leverage to negotiate. Surrender would be our absolute worst outcome." As the emperor spoke, his shoulders straightened and a decisive gleam returned to his eyes. "But what if Ye Cheng truly intends to turn the tables?" Ji Yan's voice cut through the tension just as Emperor Tianyuan began to waver. The emperor's eyes snapped back to him, blazing with irritation, and begrudgingly respect for the warning. In that case, Emperor Tianyuan fell silent, weighing his next move. At last, he straightened and beckoned to a nearby attendant. Moments later, the doors at the rear of the hall swung open to admit an elderly man in simple hemp robes. His shirt, woven of coarse linen, was faded and worn. A battered bamboo hat hung from his back, and over one shoulder he bore a slender green fishing rod, its surface mottled with age and pitted like the hands of a seasoned laborer. His eyes, pale and clouded with years, carried the quiet dignity of a man accustomed to hardship, nothing like the gilded courtiers gathered in the palace. Jiyan's curiosity sharpened, but when he saw Emperor Tianyuan rise to his feet, he forced himself to remain respectful. He bowed low. "Welcome, honored elder. Your presence humbles us." With a slight nod, Emperor Tianyuan returned the bow, addressing the old fisherman as if he were royalty. The assembled eunuchs and ministers stood frozen, jaws slack. Who was this unassuming man, this so-called fisherman, whose mere arrival commanded the emperor's utmost deference? With his cultivation perfected to the saint level, should he apply himself fully, even a newly ascended saint king would find him a fearsome match. And yet here he stood, respectfully bowing to an old fisherman? The man in coarse hemp robes bore an expression of amused detachment, a faint smile playing on his lips. He paid no mind to the deferential gestures of the Tianyuan emperor. His voice was calm, almost teasing. "Well then, young man, have you finally made up your mind?" At the words, "young man," Prince Jiyan froze. His father, Emperor Ye Cheng, had cultivated for 100,000 years. How could this ragged old fisherman still call him young? Yet seeing his father lower himself so completely, Jiyan bit his tongue. His heart thudded in his chest. If this old man could command such respect from the emperor, he must be one of the very few at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. And to think father had personally invited him here, and now seemed ready to negotiate on behalf of the Tianyuan holy dynasty. The implications were dizzying. Jiyan's heart skipped a beat. If his clan could really use this to call upon such a being, they might one day secure a mighty master to guide them in cultivation. The Tianyuan emperor, his expression flickering with hesitation, finally nodded emphatically. "All right," he declared. "Young man, I've given it careful thought. Whenever you need my aid in the future, simply ask. In exchange, the Ji clan's holy warriors will heed your summons and stand guard at the border for 100 years as compensation." The old figure clad in coarse hemp bowed once, then vanished from the hall in a swirl of light smoke. No aura, no fanfare, just a ghostly disappearance that left Jiyan and the courtiers staring after him, utterly stunned. A moment later, the thunderous crack of the emperor's gavel echoed through the chamber, reminding them all that business of the empire must go on. After seeing the old man off, the Tianyuan emperor slumped back onto his throne, exhaling a ragged sigh as if a great burden had been lifted. Jiyan wasted no time. He hurried to his father's side, eyes blazing with questions. "Father," Jiyan began, voice trembling with urgency, "what did that man mean when he said he'd protect our Ji family? And this wasteland he mentioned, why must we guard it for 100 years? The emperor drew in a slow breath to steady himself, then waved dismissively at the courtiers milling about the hall. Once they'd scattered, he leaned forward, lowering his voice. "That old man arrived at our borders months ago. No one knows where he came from, only that he is human and, strangely, has taken a liking to the Tianyuan holy dynasty. He pledged his loyalty to us and agreed to shield the Ji family when I asked." Jiyan pressed his lips together, waiting. "As for the wasteland," the emperor continued, "its purpose remains a mystery. Even my own father never understood it. All I know is that the old man insisted we must defend it for a century. He gave no further explanation, only this promise. When the time of summoning arrives, he will call upon the Ji family himself." A flash of resentment crossed the emperor's face. He straightened in his seat, shutting the matter in silence, for now. Prince Jiyan paced the marble floor of the imperial chamber, every step echoing his mounting fury. "If it weren't for that petty thief, Ye Cheng, our Ji family would never have fallen into this nightmare," he spat, voice low but crackling with anger. He didn't know exactly what horrors lurked beyond those untamed wildernesses, but the fact that the mysterious old man in hemp robes had only conscripted Ji family saints above the quasi-saint realm proved one tie. The assignment was a suicide mission. They'd been stationed there for over a century, Even seasoned quasi-saints stood little chance against whatever dangers the land concealed. Their only hope of survival lay in pure, blind luck, and yet all of it had been set in motion by Ye Cheng's reckless scheme. How could Emperor Tianyuan not loathe him? How could the entire court not seethe with hate? Jian's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He had, after all, just broken through to the peak of the quasi-saint realm himself. If that old man in hemp robes came calling for more recruits, Jian would be next on the list, and there would be no way out. Hateful, despicable, Jian ground out between clenched teeth. I swear, the moment Ye Cheng crosses me again, I'll make him pay. He closed his eyes, drawing in a steadying breath. I just hope he's smart enough to know when to back off, he muttered, voice barely more than a growl. Silence settled over the chamber, but for Jian, the thunder of vengeance was only just beginning. After all, the agreement between the Emperor of Tianyuan and the mysterious old man in sackcloth was simple. The hermit would act first, saving their clan from peril. Only then would the Tianyuan Emperor call upon the family's sacred guardian to take up the watch over the distant wasteland tower. But if Ye Cheng ever learned the truth behind their pact, they would no longer need the old man's intervention, and they could forget about dispatching him or anyone else to that godforsaken frontier. The Emperor of Tianyuan inclined his head, though a cold ruthlessness glinted in his eyes. Still, he said, if that little thief actually dares to make a move, I confess I'd be eager to witness it. Voices echoed around the court in excited agreement. The old man in hemp robes, his strength surpasses all our imagination. Ever since the thief emerged from the wasteland tower, he's overcome every trial. But against the hemp-clad elder, he'll be nothing more than an ant. I can't wait to see his face when he falls. Hearing such unanimous confidence, Jian finally dared to ask, Father, what exactly is the power of this hemp-clad senior? Can he really handle Ye Cheng? Prince Jian asked hesitantly. Although the emperor harbored a deep grudge against Ye Cheng, he could not deny the man's prodigious talents. His son's doubts, after all, were not entirely unfounded. Emperor Tianyuan's lips curved into an inscrutable smile as he gazed toward the spot where the old man in hemp robes had just been standing. A faint gleam kindled in his eyes. Rest assured, the emperor said softly, with the strength of that senior, it will be child's play to slay Ye Cheng. Emperor Tianyuan continued in a measured tone, as sovereign of the Tianyuan holy dynasty, I see every movement within our capital, and indeed for 100,000 miles beyond. He paused, voice dipping to a whisper. And yet this humble old fellow in hemp can vanish from my sight in an instant. Prince Jian's heart skipped a beat. What realm do you suppose he's reached? The emperor asked, voice calm but laced with excitement. Jian's eyes widened. To travel 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye, no perfected Saint Lord, not even with arcane methods of escape, could achieve such speed. There was only one explanation. This venerable figure must be a Saint Lord beyond the ranks of Saint Lords themselves. A mere thought traversing 100,000 miles, that's as far as the Tianyuan Emperor's senses can reach. Even he couldn't grasp just how far the old man in hemp cloth could flee. It was this untold mastery that made the emperor bow so respectfully to the elderly stranger. After all, anyone who can outrun his perception must be at least a saint king, possibly a perfected one, or perhaps even someone who has transcended the saint path altogether. And here is a being of such power, standing guard over the Ji family. If Ye Cheng truly dared to challenge him, the only outcome would be a most terrible death. Chapter 435. In the imperial city of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, Emperor Tianyuan and Prince Jiyan stood in the grand hall, their eyes alight with eager anticipation and a flicker of murderous resolve. As they indulged in their dark imaginings, far above in the boundless sea of clouds, an elderly man in simple hemp robes leaned casually against a jade-green bamboo staff, peering down at the city below with contempt. Catching his dismissive gaze, the Ji father and son exchanged furious scowls. Suddenly, a piercing cry rent the air. From the distant horizon, a lone white crane descended through the mist, its wings beating with feather-like grace. In the blink of an eye, it alighted before the old man, then, like a ripple of pure silk, transformed into a youth clad in pristine white robes. The boy's red lips curved into a respectful bow before Master Qi. Master Qi, he announced, Xiaohe has returned with the information you requested. Master Qi's gaze was sharp as a blade. Speak plainly. Did you learn everything I needed to know? Xiaohe hesitated, regret shadowing his features. Yes, Master Qi. The situation in the wildlands is exactly as you surmised. The spiritual energy here is dying out, and countless legacies of the great sects have vanished. I still know next to nothing about the borderlands. But names like God of War Academy and the Overlords, the Barbarian God and the Moon Spirit, aren't completely unknown. As for the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, it's exactly what Master remembered. On paper, they're the proclaimed guardians of humankind in the wilds. In practice, they've done little of real service to anyone. Xiaohe glanced at the old man in hemp robes. Master, if that's all we know, maybe we shouldn't trouble ourselves with this family's fate. How can we simply walk away? I gave my word that I'd help them. The old man's eyes blazed with righteous determination, leaving the little crane blinking in surprise. Xiaohe hesitated. But Master, you've always scorned those who squabble among themselves, who envy talent and undermine the gifted in their own clans. Why indulge them now? Why are you trying to save them now? The old man in hemp robes sneered, his gaze flicking to the young crane disciple at his side. Little crane, what made you think your master ever intended to spare that wretched father and son pair? The crane boy blinked, confusion clouding his eyes. You said he'd act once to intervene, but that was just a move, right? He never actually promised to rescue them. The hemp-robed elder chuckled as he plucked open a fissure in the air with a single finger. From the rift he produced a purple-gold gourd, twisted off its stopper, and took a hearty swig. A rich aroma of aged wine immediately filled the space. He sighed in contentment, utterly at ease, an attitude that struck the anxious Xiaohe as downright reckless. Seventh Master, this is too much, Xiaohe muttered under his breath. If the headmaster found out... His words were barely audible, but the old man's spiritual awareness was razor-sharp. With a sudden motion, he swept Xiaohe off his feet and held him aloft, eyes narrowing into a glare. The courtyard was bleak, its cracked stones scattered with dead grass. An old man in worn hemp robes stood firmly, staff in hand, facing a defiant girl barely in her teens, Xiaohe. Her small frame trembled, but her dark eyes blazed. Listen, Hare, the old man snapped. You really intend to betray Tiangang, do you? Trying to cow me with your big brother's name? He jabbed a gnarled finger at her. Your master may have left the sect, taken the title of vice president at the God of War Academy, but one man, even one so illustrious, can't stand above the academy itself. Hare flinched, her voice catching. But, the old man let out a rueful laugh, his eyes distant. Once, the border wilds were renowned across all the great clans and sects. Saints like Tianhuang Zhenxian and Yuanwu Zhenxian sprang from this very land. He shook his head, sorrow softening, his tone. Now look at it. No one even remembers the name Border Wilds anymore. It's in ruin. He gazed at Hare, then closed his eyes as if recalling a distant memory. It's a tragedy, he murmured, fingers trailing along his staff's weathered surface. The cradle of legends, reduced to dust. But when the old man thought of Ye Cheng, the young upstart who'd driven both the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty and the mighty Ji family to their knees, his hardened expression softened into something like hope. In that moment, the dying wilds felt the faintest stir of renewal. Perhaps this youngster Ye Cheng will still manage to surprise this old man, the hemp-clad elder muttered under his breath. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the chattering little crane spiraling into the spirit beast circle. Then, shouldering his green bamboo staff and lifting the purple-gold gourd, he drifted away like a wisp of smoke, gone in an instant. He had vowed to protect the Ji father and son, but he would not remain in the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty forever. With his cultivation, a single thought could span 100,000 miles, and in the vast emptiness beyond heaven and earth's great Tao, it might travel 1,000,000. A wanderer by nature, he cared little for courtly intrigue. Once his promise was secure, he resumed his endless journey. At that very moment, Luotian Academy was bracing for war. Martial fervor ignited across its sprawling courtyards, and within days the three tribes had rallied their vassals. Seeing his allies assembled, Ye Cheng wasted no time. He dispatched envoys and troops to launch a decisive strike aimed at the heart of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. This campaign was nothing like the one that toppled the three holy tribes. Those tribes, formidable though they were, held only a single stronghold. Destroying their ancestral lands was akin to a prolonged siege, one that Ye Cheng had handled single-handedly. The Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, by contrast, sprawled across more than 1,000,000 miles, with thousands of well-fortified cities each brimming with Ji family heirs who would have to be conquered or compelled to surrender. To subdue the Holy Dynasty wasn't a siege, it was a war of complete annihilation. Ye Cheng could never bear that burden alone. Fortunately, his network of loyal vassals was vast enough to back him in this all-out struggle. For the coming battle, Ye Cheng announced, our forces will be divided into 3 wings. He paused, eyes sweeping over the assembled quasi-saints and their banners. On the left wing, the Yunjiao clan will take command, marshalling every ancient creature under our banner. On the right wing, Li Ruoli will lead the human vassals. Among them, the esteemed senior Liang. Finally, the central vanguard will be spearheaded by the Taiyan sect, accompanied by the Taiyan fire spirit. He let the plan sink in. Each wing is entrusted to a quasi-saint. With their guidance and our combined strength, we will bring the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty to its knees. Li Ruoli let out a long, relieved breath. When she learned that the Yinming clan, her family's bitterest enemy, had been wiped out by Ye Cheng, all the knots in her heart finally came undone. Standing now on the brink of the quasi-saint realm, she poured forth her cultivation and completed the breakthrough with ease. Meanwhile, the Central Army's vanguard remained small in number, but its commander, the Taiyan fire spirit, wielded power on par with a true saint. With 3 armies converging, there was scarcely a fortress in the entire Tianyuan Holy Dynasty capable of halting their advance. Only the imperial city, where the Ji father and son held court, offered any real resistance. Even there, Ye Cheng had already struck, personally confronting the mighty Huanglong in a battle that would be remembered for ages. 3 armies, move out together. Ye Cheng's voice rang like thunder across the plains. Report to me beneath the imperial city's gates in Tianyuan Holy Dynasty at once. Yes, Commander. Before the gates of Luotian College, officers the cultivators alike, knelt in unison to acknowledge his orders. Human disciples, especially, shone with excitement and anticipation, their fervor outmatched even that of the ancient Yunjiao warriors standing beside them. An outsider witnessing this scene would have recognized it for what it was, the calm before the storm of war. 80% of the world assumed that the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty targeted by Ye Cheng and his followers wasn't really a human Taoist lineage at all, but some ancient clan that delighted in slaughtering mankind. Yet the old races, like the Yunjiao, who knew the truth, understood perfectly well why Ye Cheng's disciples seethed with righteous indignation. For countless generations, the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty had styled itself the universal leader of humanity's path in the wilderness, and yet it never once lifted a finger on behalf of ordinary humans. Even the few hidden quasi-saints who secretly submitted themselves to Ye Cheng were disillusioned. 2 of those masters sent their own disciples fleeing to the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, convinced that its name alone would guarantee their safety and drive off the foreign races that had persecuted them. In the end, though, it was not those alien warlords who seized them. It was the dynasty's own royal heirs. With official banners unfurled, the princes mustered troops, captured the exiled disciples, and delivered them into the clutches of the very ancient races they had hoped to escape. That was the true face of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, a supposed champion of humanity that proved itself no better than any ruthless conqueror. In the boundless wilderness, the Tianyuan Emperor's cultivation stood unrivaled. None could contest his throne. Yet now the rumor spread like wildfire. Ye Cheng was mustering his forces to settle the score once and for all with the Tianyuan Holy Empire. As word reached every corner of the human realms, cultivators seized their banners and sharpened their swords, hungry for retribution. Today we show the Holy Empire our pain, cried the commanders, and at their command, 3 mighty armies surged forward in unison. Crimson flags snapped in the wind, filling the plains with the thunder of marching boots. From the lowest foot soldier to the revered grandmasters, all felt the tremor of approaching battle. Inside the empire's fortified cities, fear took hold. Provincial princes, those royal children appointed to guard distant outposts, raced to their posts. High lords and renowned masters hastened to the imperial capital, where the Tianyuan emperor himself and his crown prince watched the horizon with grim faces. They had long braced for Ye Cheng's vengeance, but none could have foreseen his ferocity. On the ramparts, trumpets blared a call to arms. "Fight to the death," the generals roared. "If he grants us no quarter, then neither shall we." Reinforcements streamed through the gates as advisors argued urgency. "3 armies bear down on us," one officer warned. "Yet our holy empire commands more vassal states, more legions. We must hold fast." Still, an uneasy hush fell over the defenders. Ye Cheng's reputation for swift, decisive strikes had already shattered peace across the wilderness. This day, every man and woman in the Tianyuan Holy Empire understood one stark truth. The coming battle would decide not just their fates, but the fate of the human race itself. That's not up to him to decide. The Ji family's young royals manning the city walls erupted in shouts. A few of the senior princes wasted no time, dispatching riders in every direction with orders to summon all the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty's vassals to their banner. But instead of swift compliance, their commands were met with stunned silence, and then outright refusal. "You're trying to press gang us? Get those Ji nobles out of here. March them as far away as you can." Ji family, I've put up with them long enough already. Chapter 436. Only a handful of the Ji clan's recruiting envoys actually managed to enlist new vassals. In many cases, entire sects simply hoisted the banner of the Luoshen Gu clan and chased the envoys away. "Traitors! All of you are traitors!" The princes of the Ji imperial family seethed with fury. Several high-ranking Ji nobles, each commanding vast armies, immediately dispatched their forces to crush the sects that had thrown in their lot with the Gu clan. Their plan was simple: wipe out these defectors before General Ye Cheng's army could arrive, and send a clear warning to any who might think of betraying the Ji clan in the future. "Our Ji clan has protected your Taoist lineage for untold millennia. Do you have no shame in turning your backs on us now?" Protected? What a joke! From atop the mountain gate, a black-robed cultivator on the verge of sainthood let loose a roar that shook the air. He glared down at the impassioned Ji nobles, rage coalescing around him like a living force. "You think you've been our saviors? My own son is a prodigy, destined to become a quasi-saint. Who are you to lecture us on loyalty?" The ancient quasi-saint's voice trembled with wrath as he pointed at the Ji royal family's representatives. "Your clan recruited him to represent Tianyuan in the grand tournament, and he swept every challenge aside. Not even the ancient saint clan's rightful heir could stand against him. Yet, to curry favor with those saint clans, you secretly sabotaged my son's foundation. He was only 15 at the time. You shattered his Dao core, crushed his will, and he had no choice but to take his own life. That hatred has festered for 70,000 years." One by one, the other vassal lords of the Gu clan stepped forward. Their scars, both physical and spiritual, told the same story. Like the quasi-saint, they too had been ruined by the Ji clan's machinations. Some among them, like the black-robed quasi-saint, were so gravely wounded by the Dao that they'd been counting the days until death. All they'd ever wanted was one final reckoning to avenge their families. A cold sneer rang out. "Enough of this theatrics. They're just desperate souls trying to sway our pity at the last moment. Finish them." As steel gleamed in the torch's light, the leaders of the Ji royal family went ashen. In that charged silence, the hall held its breath, knowing that the storm of revenge, long deferred, was about to break. They no longer dared let those so-called quasi-saints speak. Instead, commanders barked orders, urging their troops forward. Then, without warning, a tremendous boom split the air. Through the sea of clouds, several spirit boats burst forth, their decks proudly bearing the banners of the Luoshen Gu family. "Look, His Highness Ye Cheng's reinforcements. Ye Cheng's army has arrived." At once, the vassal sect's morale soared. In contrast, the Ji family's forces collapsed into chaos. Though their numbers matched the enemy's, they could not withstand that surge of spirit. They broke and fled in a rout stretching 100,000 li. Across the Holy Dynasty's battlefronts, the same drama repeated itself. Within 10 days of the war's start, the three allied armies were already closing in on the imperial capital. "Father, should we send word to invite that senior onto our side?" Jian asked, scanning the latest battle report with trembling hands. He had never imagined the dynasty's foundations, long thought rock solid, could crumble so swiftly. The distant roar of battle, shouts, clashing steel, the cries of the wounded, floated over the city walls. Jian's pulse quickened, and he glanced at Emperor Tianyuan with mounting unease. "Your Majesty, be careful," he urged, voice tight. "Their forces are vast and ferocious." But the Emperor's expression never wavered. He met Jian's anxious gaze with cold assurance. "Let them come," he said. "No matter how many men they field, their strength hinges entirely on Ye Cheng. We'll wait for him to reveal himself, and then unleash the full might of our thunder strike." Jian swallowed hard as he absorbed the Emperor's ruthless strategy. "And the other rebels? The vassals who've rallied behind Ye Cheng's banner?" Emperor Tianyuan allowed a faint, merciless smile. "They're nothing more than insects," he replied, voice low and unyielding. "Once Ye Cheng falls, the rest will scatter. Their so-called rebellion only benefits us, an opportunity to root out every unstable sect in a single, decisive campaign, and whatever treasure we lose in this skirmish will recoup tenfold from their confiscated riches." A spark of greed ignited in Jian's eyes. He nodded, steeling himself. Outside, the ground trembled as the three rebel armies reached the city gates. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Boom! Ye Cheng halted at the edge of the imperial city's outer moat, his dark eyes dancing with amusement as he took in the gleaming walls of Tianyuan before him. "Your Highness," came a low warning from Tian Huoling at his side. "Don't let your guard down. The Tianyuan Emperor and his commanders must still have tricks up their sleeves." Liu Ruoli, Di Yunjiao, and the other high saints in Yu nodded in agreement, their expressions taut with caution. Across the battlefield, the defenders of Tianyuan, soldiers, archers, and elite cultivators, clustered behind their battlements, faces drawn tight with anxiety. Encircling both armies was a ring of observers, masters and elders from the great sects and races of the wastelands, summoned here to witness the turning point of the war. Among them were sect patriarchs and royal advisors, each exchanging uneasy looks as they assessed the situation. All agreed on one unsettling fact. Ye Cheng's three armies had surged through the borderlands without pause, sweeping aside every fort and garrison in their path. Meanwhile, the Ji family's princely heirs, holed up in the satellite cities, had suffered grievous losses. Now on the lawn before the city walls, the final contest loomed. Every sword at Ye Cheng's command was poised and ready. Every spirit chi sparkled in anticipation, and all who watched held their breath, waiting to see if the invaders would finally be halted, or if Tianyuan would fall at last. As the head of the Ji clan and the greatest power in the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty, Emperor Tianyuan himself, along with Prince Jian and their elite eunuchs, had remained conspicuously absent from the battlefield. Even the most sluggish onlooker would have guessed the emperor was holding back his ultimate trump cards. Ye Cheng merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. He felt no fear. Beside him stood senior Ji Shan and his disciples, Wu Zhao and Yue Ming, warriors more than a match for saints and even Dao-level domain lords. And if their combined might proved insufficient, Ye Cheng could always activate the immortal execution sword formation to summon the projection of the Kangwu immortal king. With every ace in his sleeve, he wasn't about to be cowed by Emperor Tianyuan's hidden weapons. Still, he was undeniably curious. He let his voice carry across the war-torn plain. "Very well. Show me these so-called surprises you've been saving. Let's see what the Emperor has in store for me." No sooner had his words faded than a deep, resonant voice boomed from the distance, shaking the ground beneath their feet. "Oh, it will be a surprise beyond your wildest expectations, a glorious spectacle that will leave you supremely satisfied, Ye Cheng. Prepare to leave this world behind." Atop the highest battlement of Tianyuan Imperial City, Emperor Tianyuan and Prince Jiyan touched down in succession, their gazes fixed on Ye Cheng far below. The Emperor's voice rang out deliberately slow, laced with unshakable confidence and pure killing intent. Every cultivator present, and even the distant masters observing the battle, fell silent, stunned by the sheer certainty in his tone. Where did such confidence come from? Before anyone could answer, Emperor Tianyuan raised his head to the sky and bellowed, "Ji family, lend us your strength, honored elders." "Hi!" Its roar rolled across the heavens, echoing for miles. In the stunned hush that followed, a blinding shaft of sword light ripped through the clouds. Rainbow-hued and impossibly vast, it slashed the sky open, tearing a gaping wound above the imperial metropolis. The moment that crack appeared, a wave of oppressive power slammed into the walls of Tianyuan Imperial City. Ancient stones groaned, the battlements quivered, and the very ground seemed on the verge of swallowing the city whole. That pressure, could it collapse the entire capital? Someone whispered, voice trembling. Preposterous, but I've never felt anything like it, another replied, every fiber of their being shuddering under the onslaught of energy. Below, Ye Cheng steadied himself, heart pounding. The fatal promise in the air left no doubt. The next move would decide everything. Chapter 12. The protective formation shatters. A thunderous crack ripped the heavens above Tianyuan Imperial City. In an instant, the great protective formation, practically unrivaled in all the eastern provinces, was rent open. Gasps rippled through the assembled crowd. Even the battle-scarred heroes from the wilderness, who had come merely to watch, found themselves rooted to the spot, eyes locked on the widening rift in the cloud sea overhead. Moments later, a lone figure stepped out of that jagged breach and floated down to the battlefield. He was an elderly man clad in simple hemp robes, smiling gently like the friendly neighbor he might have been, had this been an ordinary world. His aura gave off nothing unusual. There was no trace of transcendent power about him. Yet the onlookers, who had just witnessed the cosmic pressure pouring from the crack above, knew instinctively that this serene old gentleman was anything but ordinary. They shifted uneasily, exchanging glances. A handful of the wilderness masters, veterans of countless skirmishes, stood with profound awe in their eyes. One of them, a grizzled Saint Realm cultivator, muttered to his companion, "I can't sense any chi." Not the slightest ripple. Another, prideful of his formidable spiritual perception, nodded in disbelief. "I'm a Grand Saint Realm practitioner, yet I can't gauge his cultivation at all. Who is he?" All attention converged on the old man. He bowed politely to the gathered fighters, his white beard stirring in the breeze. Then he spoke in a calm, measured voice. "I am Yuangong of the Void Gate. I have come to oversee the resolution of this conflict." A hush fell over the field. Even Ye Cheng, who had been preparing for a final strike, paused mid-chamber. The very air seemed to hold its breath as the battle's true turning point slipped into view. Saint Lord Realm? A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Taiyan, Huoling, and the others went pale, all too aware of the crushing aura radiating from the old man. Even inside the token space within Yuanwu's mansion, Jishan and his three companions exchanged anxious glances, their brows knitting as they stared at the elderly figure in rough-hewn hemp robes. "I never imagined that, in just over 20 years since this great world was born, anyone could already reach such heights," one of them whispered, his voice trembling with both awe and dread. Chapter 437. High above the fray, within the token space, the three great saints, Jishan, Yu Ming, and Wu Jiao, stood in silent formation, hands clasped behind their backs. Before them hovered an old man clad in simple hemp robes, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield from his perch on the drifting clouds. Astonishment flickered in each saint's eyes. "Your Majesty," Jishan warned, voice taut with urgency, "do not underestimate this elder. His cultivation has already reached the Domain Master realm." Yu Ming added with concern, "And by the force he's projecting, I believe he isn't just any Domain Master. He's a Sword Domain Master. He has truly mastered the Sword Domain." "A Sword Domain Master?" Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed at the revelation, a sharp gleam of determination igniting within them. To ascend to the Domain Master stage was to grasp the Great Way itself, transcending ordinary Dao cultivation and stepping into the exalted Domain Foundation. It was exactly this level of attainment that enabled Jishan, Yu Ming, and Wu Jiao, each currently a perfect Saint King, to stand toe-to-toe with a Domain Master when they fought in concert. Now, faced with an adversary of such caliber, even their combined might would be severely tested. Jishan and the other two weren't sword specialists, so the hemp-robed elder standing before them was the first swordsman of such caliber Ye Cheng had ever encountered. When they shared their observations, Ye Cheng felt no shock, only a quiet thrill. As Jishan and his companions scrutinized the elder's aura, they exchanged meaningful glances. When they spoke again, their voices held unmistakable confidence. "Your Majesty, there's no need for undue concern," Jishan said. "Although this hemp-clad elder has indeed reached the Domain Lord tier, you're only witnessing a spirit-body projection. Once a cultivator ascends to the Emperor level, they can, without specialized magical arts, readily condense a spirit body. Such projections, however, are far weaker than the true incarnations forged through dedicated magical practice. The figure before you is merely a pure spiritual condensation, not the elder's full form. Even so, the power radiating from that spiritual form was astonishing. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Saint Lord, matched with a sword Dao domain, more than enough to sweep aside anyone below the rank of domain master. Had Ye Cheng not intervened, the spirit of this old man in hemp clothes would have royally tramped across the mortal world. No wonder the Tianyuan Emperor and his son had been so supremely confident. "It's a pity they ran into my lord," Wu Jiao rumbled, rubbing his hands together, his eyes alight with anticipation. The three cultivators, Wu Jiao, Yu Ming, and the ever-composed Jishan, had spent countless years confined within the Yuanwu mansion, their futures suppressed. Thanks to Ye Cheng's timely rescue, they'd regained their freedom and could return to the path of cultivation. They owed him their lives, yet had never found a way to repay his kindness. Now, faced with the living projection of the hemp-clad elder, they could hardly contain themselves. "Your Highness," Wu Jiao called out with a fierce grin, "allow us to handle this one." Jishan inclined his head respectfully. "Rest assured, Ye Cheng, we will not fail you. I'll handle this spirit body myself." Ye Cheng felt the tremor of concern in Jishan and the others, but he already had a plan. With the immortal sword formation ready in his grasp, he needn't summon the full projection of the Kangwu Immortal King, only a faint wisp of its aura for defense. By doing so, he'd spare his original essence and blood from heavy depletion. More importantly, this duel against the hemp-clad elder would let him temper his sword intent in earnest. Once his blade was nearly honed to perfection, he'd signal Jishan and the others to join forces and suppress the foe. Jishan's face went pale. They'd all witnessed Ye Cheng's talent and knew his potential was extraordinary, yet the elder before them wore as a spirit of formidable cultivation. Even in spectral form, one-on-one he could match any of them, monster or human. To challenge him now seemed sheer madness. Alarm flared in Jishan's eyes as he opened his mouth to protest, but no words came out. Across the clearing, the old man in hemp robes stood motionless. His tattered garments rustled in an unseen breeze, and a quiet, unspoken challenge gleamed in his spectral gaze. The moment the old man in coarse hemp cloth appeared, everything on the battlefield froze, cultivators and mystical beasts alike, even those loyal to the Tianyuan holy dynasty. He descended with calm authority, his tattered robes rustling as though heralding fate itself. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then the Tianyuan holy dynasty's forces erupted in triumphant shouts. Their secret weapon had arrived. Across the field, the heroes of the wilderness looked on with pity in their eyes as they turned to Ye Cheng, once the battle's rising star, now facing an overwhelming disadvantage. "This is the true power of the Tianyuan holy dynasty," one veteran murmured. "Their foundations run deeper than we ever imagined." "Incredible," whispered another. "Who would have thought the Heavenly Emperor had such a trump card?" A third voice added tensely. "His Highness Ye Cheng is in grave danger. That elder's aura rivals even a Saint King's." Discussion buzzed through the ranks as everyone reevaluated the fight's outcome. At the very front, Emperor Tianyuan, Prince Jian, and the Ji family's senior members clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with fierce anticipation at the sight of the formidable old man in hemp. Emperor Tianyuan and his courtiers listened with relish to the whispered chatter around them. Only moments before, they'd been cautious, unsure of the old man in hemp robes, wary of his true strength. Now, emboldened, they urged him to act swiftly and crush Ye Cheng once and for all. "He calls himself the first fiend of the wasteland," one prince scoffed, and that Lord Changqing title is nothing but empty pride. They'll bow before our holy dynasty soon enough. Ants before an elephant, another jeered. No twist of fate can save them from our might. With the old man in hemp on our side, the Tianyuan holy dynasty is unbeatable. Ye Cheng's downfall is inevitable. Inside the imperial pavilion, Emperor Tianyuan and the remaining Ji princes exchanged triumphant grins, their eyes gleaming with ruthless anticipation. They awaited nothing more eagerly than the elder's decisive strike. High above them, atop a drifting sea of clouds, the old man in hemp gazed down at Ye Cheng. A slow, knowing smile curved his lips, calm, confident, and strangely foreboding. Ye Cheng hovered tens of feet above the battlefield, robed in simple hemp cloth, his white hair drifting in the breeze. He fixed his gaze on the young man before him and called out in a clear, cheerful voice, "So you must be Ye Cheng. They say true heroes bloom in youth. Are you prepared to test your strength against me?" "Test my strength?" Ye Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled, looking up at the elder with polite curiosity. "Elder, what do you mean by that?" Across the Tianyuan holy dynasty's assembled forces, and even among the wandering heroes who had paused to watch, everyone fell silent. A friendly spar? No one could believe it. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor of Tianyuan's expression darkened. He had spent a fortune to summon this legendary hemp-robed cultivator, and yet he never intended to see his prized protege stand toe-to-toe with the old man. "Didn't you promise to deal with Ye Cheng on behalf of the Ji clan?" he demanded. The elder laughed softly, his voice serene. "Indeed, I am acting on that very order." A ripple of dread passed through the ranks. The emperor's heart sank as the hemp-clad man's next words rang out coldly. "I have no interest in a mere spar. My charge is to kill him, Ye Cheng, and every one of his followers." Prince Jiyan, standing at the emperor's side, slammed his fist against a marble column and roared in fury. The tense air crackled with impending violence as the two forces braced for the elder's lethal assault. Ye Cheng's eyes were bloodshot with excitement, until the old man in hemp robes looked up. The elder hummed softly, and an invisible shockwave rippled outward. Prince Jiyan let out a strangled cry as if struck by lightning. A hurricane of pressure slammed into his soul and consciousness, sending him sprawling to the ground. Only then did he grasp just how fearsome this old man's power was. With a single glance, he could have killed both father and son. Panting, Prince Jiyan scrambled to his feet. "You promised to act for my father and me, just once," he stammered, "but you never defined your limits." "True," the old man replied evenly. Emperor Tianyuan, standing at his son's side, shivered so violently he could barely nod. He dared not utter another word, lest he lose even this final reprieve. Having dealt with the emperor and his heir, the old man turned his attention back to Ye Cheng. A faint smile curved his lips. "My friend, how about a spar? Don't worry, I'm simply a hunter thrilled by worthy prey. Let's have a proper sword duel and see whose blade is sharper." "I will never use my power to suppress you." Ye Cheng's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. At that, the old man let out a soft exhale. Within his sea of consciousness, a razor-sharp sword intent stirred. He was manifesting only the perfect sword's aura, deliberately withholding the deeper secrets of his personal sword realm. "If I'm not mistaken," the old man observed, "your technique has already reached the sword power stage. Should you be able to stand toe-to-toe with me, I will cease all interference in your affairs, and in those of the Tianyuan holy dynasty. More than that, I will present you with a modest token of my respect." Ye Cheng held the old man's gaze. "If I win, release that father and son immediately. You needn't fear for their safety. I will escort them to the border and keep watch over them myself." The old man smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "And if I win, your reward will be no less generous. Well then, do we have an agreement?" Chapter 438. Guard the Border? The old man in simple hemp robes offered the proposal with a warm smile. Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat at the invitation, though he scarcely registered the small token the elder mentioned, or exactly where this border lay. All he could focus on was the sword intent the man had just released into the air. Brilliant ripples of sword chi danced around the old man's body, and Ye Cheng's eyes glittered with excitement. Under the blessing of his two rare fates, the Hunyuan immortal body and the chaos sword body, Ye Cheng's affinity for the sword had already reached its limit. There was no technique or refinement left to master. His raw sword power soared far above that of ordinary cultivators. Even though he had only achieved the great success level of sword intent, the lethal force he wielded was on par with cultivators who had reached the perfect stage of sword power. Yet here stood this humble elder, willing to voluntarily temper his own strength, eager to spar and learn from a younger disciple. To Ye Cheng, it was the opportunity of a lifetime, a formidable partner to push his swordsmanship ever higher. But, since we're here to spar, why hold back? Ye Cheng offered a slight, confident smile. Instead of nodding at once, he spoke first, an unexpected move that stole the breath from the old man in hemp robes. Hold back? Young man, what do you mean by that? The elder asked, eyeing him curiously. Senior, Ye Cheng replied in a clear, respectful tone laced with sincere eagerness. Why not let us witness your full Dao domain of the sword? Give us the chance to admire it. The words rang out softly, yet everyone within earshot stiffened. The old man and his attendants exchanged stunned glances. Even Ye Cheng and the others observing from the token space felt their hearts quicken. They all knew of Ye Cheng's exceptional talent, and how his swordsmanship skills far outshone those of Saint Yuanwu when both had stood at the same level. In the Dao realms, the gap between practitioners is even more unforgiving than in mere cultivation. Innate aptitude can only carry one so far. A chasm that wide is nigh impossible to bridge. And now, Ye Cheng was essentially challenging the hemp-robed elder to unleash his full strength. If the elder agreed and revealed his true sword Dao domain, it wouldn't just be a contest of inferiors or equals, it would be a battle that spanned realms. The very thought sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. The gulf between their cultivations seemed impossibly wide. Before Ye Cheng could step forward, Ye Cheng blurted out, Your Excellency, please be more cautious. Never judge a man by his face alone, sir. Don't act on impulse. Yuoming added, her tone urgent. She feared that the old man in simple hemp robes, though appearing gentle now, was masking deadly intent. He might feign suppressing his power to match Ye Cheng, only to unleash a fatal blow the instant he saw Ye Cheng advance. Ji Shan, Yue Ming, and Wu Jiao, the three great saints who had cultivated since the age when Tianhuang Zhenxian first tamed the wastelands, had long ago learned that appearances could be deceiving. They had witnessed countless betrayals before even setting foot in Master Yuanwu's mansion, and their caution was born of hard experience. Ye Cheng offered them a calm smile. I appreciate your concern, he said, but I have my own safeguards. With that, he moved forward and revealed the legendary purple chi cauldron of all living beings. Its soft violet radiance rippled through the air, a clear message that Ye Cheng was far from defenseless. A surge of fortune erupted as violet chi, humanity's primal energy, bloomed outward. Ji Shan and the other two cultivators gaped in stunned silence. They instantly recognized what Ye Cheng's purple chi cauldron had condensed, the raw, wild luck of mankind itself. Yet none of them had expected that Ye Cheng harbored such a priceless inheritance. This was a supreme secret technique, one capable of drawing in ambient fortune, to amplify both martial combat and spiritual cultivation. Techniques like these were rarer than phoenix feathers. Finding one was akin to snatching a blessing from heaven. Consider Tianhuang Zhenxian, for instance. Even he only unearthed a volume of this supreme luck method after rising to the domain master realm and wandering the boundless chaos. And Ye Cheng? He hadn't even broken through beyond the heavenly emperor tier. Judging by the prodigious tide of luck now coursing into his cauldron, he must have obtained this secret early in his journey, at a far lower cultivation level. What an extraordinary stroke of fate! What unrivaled opportunity! In that breathless moment, Ji Shan and the others finally grasped why Ye Cheng had shown no hesitation when the old man in hemp robes proposed their deal. With this inheritance in hand, Ye Cheng's prospects had suddenly transformed, his path to greatness now lit by the very fortune he could condense and command. The purple chi cauldron of all living things has absorbed an immense reservoir of human fortune. Under its blessing, no hostile intent directed at Ye Cheng can remain hidden. The moment someone harbors even a flicker of malice toward him, the cauldron foretells it, and nothing slips past his vigilance. Still, Ye Cheng couldn't afford to become complacent. The old man in hemp robes wielded true sword realm power, a level of mastery altogether different from mere sword technique. "Your Highness, please don't underestimate him," Wu Jiao, usually so reserved, warned at last. Ye Cheng merely smiled. "Fear not, Senior Wu Jiao. I understand precisely what I'm doing." He knew his own swordsmanship had stalled at a bottleneck. True, the twin blessings of fate were gradually building inside him, and one day they would bear fruit, yet that day lay too far beyond the horizon. He refused to wait. That was why he'd eagerly accepted the hemp-clad elder's offer to spar. There was no real danger here, only an invaluable chance to step into the genuine sword domain and test himself against a master. It was the perfect opportunity to shatter his limits, and Ye Cheng intended to make the most of it. Jishan and the others fell silent once they saw Ye Cheng was determined. Even so, the old man in hemp robes refused Ye Cheng's request. In his view, unleashing his perfected sword power against the young man was already hazardous. If he went so far as to invoke his sword domain, even if he consciously held back to match Ye Cheng's sword intent, he feared Ye Cheng wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash. Reluctantly, he insisted they spar using only sword power. Ye Cheng shrugged, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Very well. If you won't agree to the domain, we'll rely on sword power alone." At once, the spectators exchanged wary glances, some of concern for Ye Cheng's safety, others impressed by his boldness. The old man, however, wore a grudging frown. "You're a bold one," he muttered under his breath. "All right, youngster, let me show you why age and experience count for something." With that, he snapped the exquisitely carved green bamboo fishing rod from his shoulder. In one fluid motion, he flicked his wrist, sending the rod arcing toward Ye Cheng with a sharp swish. Suddenly, here is the revised version of the passage, with Gu Changqing renamed to Ye Cheng and all characters, details, and the sense of awe preserved while ensuring smooth, idiomatic English. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the old man in hemp garments brought his jade-green bamboo fishing rod down, it seemed to split into 1,000 phantom rods, each shimmering and sharp as a blade, all shooting toward Ye Cheng in a deadly convergence. Every cultivator watching from the sidelines, whether from the prestigious Tianyuan Holy Dynasty or one of the great Taoist sects scattered across the wilderness, held their breath. Those gleaming green shadows filled the air above the battlefield, and not one dared to blink. In stunned tones, they whispered to one another, "Is this the power of a P, Aragon's sword technique? It's unbelievable." What struck them was not merely the sheer number of phantom strikes, but the fact that the old man hadn't expended a drop of his own spiritual energy. Instead, he had tapped directly into the ambient spiritual power of heaven and earth, drawing it into his weapon with nothing more than a swing of his rod. Each phantom blade carried enough force to pierce an ordinary Saint-tier cultivator, and here were thousands of them, converging with perfect synchronization. No wonder the onlookers were struck dumb. Even the mightiest sects in the wilderness had never witnessed anything like this. Who could possibly contend with such overwhelming self-generated power? And all eyes were fixed on Ye Cheng, standing alone against the inexorable storm of green light. Even Ye Cheng, standing amid the battlefield and facing the ghostly legion of 1,000 green bamboo shadows, sensed what the ordinary onlookers could not. His strength surpassed theirs, his mastery of the sword far more profound, and his awareness instinctively sharper. While the crowd simply marveled at the old man in hemp robes, Ye Cheng discerned the subtle yet crucial difference between the great sword force and the perfect sword force. The great sword force, once unleashed, draws upon the residual spiritual energy scattered across the field, shaping it into a relentless assault. The perfect sword force, however, transcends mere battlefield chi. It taps into every law of heaven and earth itself. At this very moment, though, the natural order here had been strangled by that living bamboo forest, its countless emerald poles suppressing all worldly forces save one, the law of swordsmanship. And that solitary law was wielded exclusively by the old man in hemp. With heaven and earth's great way sealed, with the world's spiritual energy denied, how could anyone hope to compete? Under these conditions, victory was simply unattainable. Above the imperial city, Emperor Tianyuan peered down at the skirmish unfolding in the clouds. A triumphant light danced in his eyes. Though he had yet to master Tao Force, his cultivation had already reached the exalted rank of Saint King, and he was more than eager to witness the outcome of this extraordinary duel. From his vantage point, he recognized some of the more subtle maneuvers on display, and it thrilled him. True, the wasteland below was fraught with hidden dangers, but as long as one survived, hope endured. Every day gained was a day earned. Beside him stood the old man in rough hemp cloth, a faint smile curving his lips. In his free hand rested a slender green bamboo fishing rod, poised like a blade at the ready. He had been patient until now, intending to let the clash continue, but Ye Cheng's unyielding determination, and just a hint of defiance, had stirred something in him. At any moment, he could unleash 1,000 flickering shadows of the rod to bring the duel to a swift conclusion. "If jade is not polished, it will never become a precious gem," the old man murmured, his voice calm but edged with steel. "Youthful pride is admirable, but it must never cross the line into arrogance." "That's going too far," the old man in hemp robes declared slowly. No sooner had his words faded than a thunderous boom shook the air. Far below, where Ye Cheng was trapped beneath the phantom bamboo forest, its 1,000 green stalks casting menacing shadows, a deafening roar erupted. Then came the clash of steel, as fierce and earth-shaking as a dragon's cry rattling the 9 heavens. Chapter 439. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos of the battlefield. All around him, cultivators froze in disbelief. Ye Cheng, once pinned beneath the oppressive shadow of thousands of emerald bamboo spears, felt a surge of power as the Suzaku sky sword at his back awakened. In an instant, the sword soared heavenward to confront the looming spears. At the same moment, within the depths of his mind, the projection of the heaven and earth sword Tao blossomed forth. Ye Cheng seized control of it, wresting half of its power back from the old man in hemp garments who had dominated this realm only moments before. With that reclaimed authority, the ambient spiritual energy of the battlefield bent to Ye Cheng's will. A sudden crack echoed as brilliant sword light erupted into the sky, coalescing into a blazing phoenix of vermilion fire. The Suzaku unfurled its wings, each beat sending a shower of fiery feathers cascading outward. Flames arced through the air like crimson rain, scorching the ground below. Spectators gasped as bamboo spears shattered on contact with the scorching feathers. The phoenix let out a triumphant cry, its voice a ringing chorus that drowned out the clash of armies. Ye Cheng stood firm, the Suzaku sky sword gripped in both hands, eyes alight with indomitable resolve. Below, the hemp-robed elder's expression contorted with rage. His 1,000 bamboo spears, once unassailable, now trembled and fractured under the onslaught of Ye Cheng's reclaimed Tao. Each speck of liberated energy thundered in the heavens above, heralding a turning point in the battle. As the flames subsided, the air crackled with residual power. Ye Cheng pressed forward, Suzaku sky sword poised to strike. Around him, his allies found new strength, rallying behind the radiance of the flaming phoenix. In that moment, the tide of conflict shifted irreversibly. The battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the beating wings of the heavenly bird, before erupting once more in a roar of renewed hope and defiance. Ye Cheng had reclaimed his destiny, and nothing would stand in his way. In the blink of an eye, millions of sword beams erupted into the sky like the flaming feathers of a vermilion bird, charging headlong at the tens of thousands of sword silhouettes that comprised the bamboo shadows formation. The two forces collided in midair with an ear-splitting roar. A shockwave rippled outward, tearing at the clouds and rattling the heavens themselves. Wherever the aftershock passed, mountain ridges crumbled, rivers overturned their courses, and the walls of Tianyuan Imperial City groaned under the strain. The great protective formation around the city cracked ominously, sending tremors through every cultivator, whether Holy Dynasty adherent or Ji family descendant, who feared the walls might collapse at any moment. "Senior, strike again!" someone shouted from the ranks, voice trembling with excitement and dread. The assembled crowd held its breath, transfixed by the spectacle. At the center of it all stood Ye Cheng, his dark eyes glittering with fierce resolve. He raised his sword again, and though he had already unleashed a staggering amount of power, there was still strength left in him, still more to give. Ye Cheng lifted his hand and drew his sword once more. In an instant, a brilliant beam of swordlight tore through the air, as if splitting the very heavens in two, a spectacle that seemed to revive the world's primordial age. "Behold, the great divine power of creation," he proclaimed. The old man in hemp robes staggered back, his eyes widening in shock. He stared at Ye Cheng with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The great divine power of creation was no ordinary technique. Among the 3,000 legendary legacies passed down through the human race, it ranked in the top 10. When fully mastered, it became a supreme inheritance capable of wounding even immortals. Lost to the northern wilderness divine continent for countless years, it had resurfaced here, in Ye Cheng's hands. A moment's wonder gave way to alarm. The old man's gaze flicked over Ye Cheng's stance. Under the twin blessings of the Chaos Sword body and the Hunyuan Immortal body, Ye Cheng's Sword Dao true meaning had grown to rival the old master's own power. He could not afford to hold back. With determination hardening his features, the old man raised both arms and unleashed another colossal spell technique, a roaring, sky-shattering strike fueled by ancient magic. For a heartbeat, the two divine forces collided. Sword light and arcane energy intertwined, sending shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. Dust billowed, birds scattered from treetops. Neither combatant gave an inch, each testing the limits of their heritage and the depths of their cultivation. In that blinding clash, Ye Cheng felt his own strength surge. The legacy of creation hummed through his veins, every fiber of his being resonating with its power. Opposite him, the old man's hemp robe fluttered amid the storm of energy, his expression steeled by equal resolve. Neither would yield. All around them, the world seemed to hold its breath. The ancient forces they wielded were older than kingdoms. Nearly forgotten, yet once more unleashed, they threatened to reshape reality itself. Ye Cheng's next strike sent a chilling sword intent sweeping across the arena, and the phantom bamboo grove, those countless green spear-like shadows summoned by his first swing, shuddered as if caught in a storm. The restless rustling grew so fierce that the very image of the forest seemed on the verge of collapse. How on earth did this kid cultivate? His opportunities defy the heavens, and his talent! The old man in hemp robes thought in awe, even as he refused to yield an inch. With a powerful twist of his wrist, he thrust his own bamboo staff downward, propping up the wavering formation he'd nearly lost. All around the fighting enclosure, spectators froze in astonishment. Rows upon rows of monks lining the stands blinked at one another. Is it just me, or is the mysterious elder being forced back? He certainly looks strained. Inconceivable. He's actually struggling against somebody so young. And in the adjacent token chamber, the three great saints, Jishan, Wu Jiao, and Yuo Ming, sat in rapt silence. None had imagined Ye Cheng's swordsmanship could soar to such heights. At that very moment, all three felt a fresh wave of shock surge through them. This battle had only just begun, yet its outcome already seemed far more uncertain than any of them had predicted. The old man in simple hemp robes couldn't hold back a sigh. "Now!" he called. He traced a glowing green shaft of energy in the air, identical to the phantom bamboo poles he'd summoned before. The instant that spectral stalk buzzed downward, the groaning bamboo grove, already buckling under strain, snapped back into place as if healed. Ye Cheng, who'd been driving his advantage, suddenly found himself squeezed between two lethal arcs of sword chi, the fiery vermilion bird apparition charging from one side and the heavenly blade crashing down from the other. He gritted his teeth. "Senior, that's hardly fair." His spiritual senses flared, and he immediately knew something had shifted. He shot the old man in hemp robes a sharp look, suspicion and irritation warring in his eyes. The elder's cheeks warmed, and he leaned in close, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Young friend, enough talk. Just let me finish this move. Afterward, I promise I'll make it up to you." Ye Cheng let out a dry laugh, unmoved. He offered the old man a faint, steady smile. No compensation needed. Ye Cheng's gaze swept over the bamboo forest of sword intent, 1,000 shadowy stalks shimmering like living blades, and his eyes flared with fierce resolve. "Junior," he called out, "I don't think it's time to admit defeat." No sooner had his words fallen than 3 more spiritual swords sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. Huitong's Suzaku heavenly sword, which had struck first, was now joined by the other 3 sacred king swords. In an instant, the 4 blades united to complete the Zhuxian sword formation. Infused with Ye Cheng's own mastery of the sword Dao, a torrent of Zhuxian sword light surged across the battlefield, pushing aside the earlier Suzaku strike. The collision of Zhuxian and Kaitian's sword energies rippled outward, leveling the field once more. The old man in hemp robes watched in stunned disbelief. He had invested a sliver of his sword realm aura into his bamboo shadow formation, convinced that no matter how resourceful Ye Cheng might be, his attack would shatter under such overwhelming power. Yet here he stood, blades still singing at his back, and the fight was far from over. This kid really is something else. The old man in hemp robes let out a bitter laugh. His own cultivation, reached through years of relentless effort, had earned him fame across Beihuang Shenzhou. It was that terrifying talent which, even 20 years after the Great World's opening, had finally broken the boundary and elevated him to domain master. Yet standing beside Ye Cheng, he felt his gift shrink to insignificance. Still, the old man was not one to lose face. I can't very well show up my young friend, he thought. With a wry smile, he released his grip completely. Suddenly, the 1,000-bamboo grove exploded in divine radiance. The ambient sword intent, already vast and oppressive, spiked in ferocity. 2 shimmering blades of pure spiritual energy tore toward Ye Cheng with overwhelming force. Is this the divine power of the perfect sword? One spectator gasped. Absolutely terrifying, another whispered, heart pounding at the sight of those unstoppable arcs of light. That kind of killing aura, he doesn't even need to draw on his own spiritual power. Simply absorbing the ambient energies of heaven and earth is enough to strangle an ordinary saint king. A collective gasp went up from the gathered monks as Ye Cheng's murderous intent rolled over them like a tide, their faces drained of color. Only inside the talisman realm did Jishan, Wu Zhao, and Yu Ming exchange excited looks. Jishan pressed a palm to his forehead, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Beside him, Wu Zhao and Yu Ming couldn't take their eyes off Ye Cheng, their pulses racing. That old man in hemp cloth may be hot-headed, Jishan murmured, but it only highlights how strong our master really is. If Ye Cheng were any ordinary sword cultivator, the elder wouldn't even have the chance to show off his temper. The 3 of them watched eagerly, hearts soaring with pride at the display of their master's true might. They would have fallen the moment the old man in hemp robes unleashed those thousands of bamboo shadow swords. Even if His Majesty is defeated today, Jishan murmured, it will be a glorious defeat. At that very instant, Ye Cheng, who rarely tapped into his deepest reserves, let loose both the Zhuxian sword formation and the Kaitian divine power together. Twin sword forces flared to their utmost, meeting the surging storm of bamboo-forged blades head-on. Yet despite his might, the yawning gap in cultivation between them, their disparity in the Dao realm, pressed down like a mountain. The 2 sword beams born of Zhuxian and Kaitian energies shuddered under the strain, fracturing at the edges, on the verge of collapse. Even so, in the face of inevitable defeat, something in Ye Cheng ignited. His eyes burned bright as clarity struck him all at once. So, this is it, he whispered. The true structure of the sword Dao. In his mind emerged 4 pillars of understanding: Earth Sword, Heaven Sword, Sword Heart, Sword Power. Ye Cheng sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, eyes closed as he absorbed every word of his master's lesson on the sword Dao. Remember, his master began, the 4 tiers of sword mastery may seem arcane, but at their core they all share a single purpose: to use your own blade to sense and merge with the Tao of the sword that threads through heaven and earth. When you truly resonate with that cosmic sword principle, you can call upon the vast power of heaven and earth to strike down your opponent. The young swordsman opened his eyes, the faint glow of cultivation rippling across his blade. But master, he asked, once you reach perfect unity, can you improve further? His master's smile was patient. That is precisely why the Tao realm of the sword transcends mere sword power. Below that realm, cultivators look outward and lean on the energy of heaven and earth. But that external power, however immense, has its limits. The sky itself is bound by its own boundaries. No matter how strong the blessings of heaven and earth, they will never be infinite. He paused, letting the lesson sink in. So true transcendence requires turning inward. Rather than seeking strength from the world around you, you must forge it from within your own heart. If you can transmute the sword's true meaning, what you've comprehended, into your very essence, you step beyond sword power and enter the sword realm itself. Leaning forward, the master tapped the tip of Ye Cheng's blade. Heaven and earth may have an end, but the human heart is limitless. That is the secret you must carry with you. Ye Cheng closed his eyes once more, the weight of those words settling deep in his soul as he prepared to embark on the greatest trial of his cultivation yet. Born of heaven and earth, yet distinct from the great sword path that spans all creation, Ye Cheng's own sword domain mirrors the fierce, murderous power of that legendary path while bearing his unique imprint. From its heart springs a boundless bamboo forest, each shoot alive with verdant vitality, turning and twisting in endless rotation. Against any opponent of equal rank, this living thicket alone would be enough to claim countless lives. Drawing a steady breath, Ye Cheng closed his eyes and felt a surge of joy ripple through his veins. Without hesitation, he concentrated his spirit and dove into the sea of his consciousness, committing himself fully to perfecting his sword projection. In an instant, the very essence of his sword art crystallized. The projection took shape, its surface traced by divine runes of the Great Road, each glyph shifting and evolving in a dazzling display of complexity and wonder. Outside, his cultivation aura swelled anew, a rising tide of power that set the air crackling. And then, crack! With that single, resonant sound, Ye Cheng's breakthrough in the sword path was complete. With his final breakthrough, the two mighty sword forces of Juxian and Kaitian, stripped of Ye Cheng's sustaining intent, could no longer hold. Under the pressure of his vast bamboo forest sword domain, they fractured as though rent between heaven and earth. As that immense dome of spectral blades began its descent toward him, every cultivator on the field caught their breath. In the token space overhead, Jishan and the two others tensed, ready to intervene and protect Ye Cheng at a moment's notice. Below, time itself seemed to stretch, a thousandth of a breath, a hundredth, a tenth. Even the old senior in hemp robes, floating above the melee, knitted his brow in concentration, preparing to halt the fatal impact. Ye Cheng, however, remained motionless, his eyes half closed, as if he had resigned himself to destruction. Then, just before the blades could strike, there came a sudden, whispering whoosh. All gazes snapped back to him. In that instant, Ye Cheng's eyelids flew open. A brilliant surge of sword intent burst from his eyes and shot upward like a pillar of light. With a single resolute gesture, he shattered the entire bamboo forest domain. The countless phantom swords disintegrated into nothingness. "Old Senior," he called out across the battlefield, his voice calm and unwavering, "I have won this battle." Silence followed. Then, as the enormity of his feat registered, astonished murmurs rippled through the assembled cultivators. Jishan and the others stared in disbelief, while the old senior hovered speechless, his expression a mix of shock and admiration. The hemp-clad elder froze mid-spell. Then, his eyes snapped, open, and he roared, "What in the world are you, kid?" Without another word, Ye Cheng lifted a single hand. In the air before him, a sliver of blinding light coalesced into sword intent, the famed sky-splitting slash. In an instant, every scrap of spiritual energy on the battlefield was drawn into that projection. The chi that fed the elder's bamboo forest sword domain was ripped away in one brutal yank, forcibly integrated into Ye Cheng's attack. Even though he only siphoned off a portion, the power gap between their sword projections widened to an insurmountable chasm. Crack! Under the horrified stares of every onlooker, the elder's bamboo forest domain was cleaved clean in two. With a final, echoing snap, it collapsed and dissipated, leaving nothing but silent emptiness in its wake. Chapter 440. There, already defeated? How could this happen? The old sage is down. What are we to do now? In the heart of Tianyuan imperial capital, Emperor Tianyuan and Prince Ji Yan stared in stunned silence as thousands of flashing bamboo shadows shattered before a single sword strike. Unbelieving, they blinked at the scene, their faces draining of color. If that old man in hemp robes was truly beaten, then their last line of defense had fallen, and there would be nothing to stop the enemy from sweeping down upon them. But no one paid heed to the emperor's panic. All eyes were fixed on the young swordsman, who stood alone amid the wreckage of bamboo light. Cultivators and ancient race masters from every corner of the wilderness watched him with awe. With perfect sword intent, His Highness Ye Cheng's power is unrivaled, someone whispered. Has our wilderness ever produced such a prodigy? This feels like a dream. Even Gu Ye Cheng's own followers, the likes of Taiyan Huoling and the other spirit beasts, stood motionless, as if they had woken inside a waking dream. The air around him still hummed with residual sword energy, and for a moment not a soul dared to break the silence. Only when the old man in hemp clothes burst into hearty laughter did everyone finally come to their senses. "Ah! Wonderful, just wonderful," he roared, clapping his hands together as his eyes sparkled with delight. Turning to Gu Ye Cheng, he beamed with genuine admiration. "I had feared the northern wilderness was past its prime, but I never imagined a prodigy like you would appear. You're a true blessing to our land, to humanity, and to every race under heaven." Though he'd been momentarily bested by Gu Ye Cheng, the old man wore no trace of offense, only joyous surprise. Gu Ye Cheng himself was equally astonished. Bowing deeply, he replied with quiet respect, "Thank you for your guidance. Had today's battle never taken place, even one destined for greatness would have needed at least 10 more years to perfect his sword power." Yet now, not only had he attained that long-sought mastery, he had also glimpsed the very essence of the sword realm. Gu Ye Cheng felt his progress surge. Thanks to this real battle, the time it would take him to break into the sword realm was suddenly slashed. One fight's gains rivaled what most disciples achieved in 10. Even sword sages whose reputations matched the hemp-robed elders had lent him their insight, sharpening his skill as if by magic. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Gu Ye Cheng bowed deeply. The elder waved him off, gently helping him to his feet, a warm smile lighting his lined face. "Don't thank me, my friend," the elder said. "If anything, I should apologize. I promised to restrain myself, and yet I broke that promise." He paused, then raised a hand in salute. "I've met countless geniuses in my lifetime, but none have left me as astonished as you have." The elder's eyes twinkled as he continued. "I'd prepared a gift for you, but now I realize it's unworthy of your talent. I will choose something far more fitting." The old man in hemp robes raised a gnarled hand, and a shaft of golden light sprang from his sleeve, hovering before Gu Ye Cheng. Intrigued, Gu Ye Cheng caught the radiance in his palm. It solidified into a palm-sized token of burnished gold, its surface carved with 3 armored figures. One was a human warrior, sword drawn, foot stepping into empty air. Another was a roaring azure dragon, claws bared. The third was a proud winged woman, her red-feathered wings outstretched against a stormy sky. Each figure radiated martial might, as though they were the ancient deities of war themselves. The moment his gaze settled on the token, a thunderous roar filled Gu Ye Cheng's ears. He saw, starkly, vividly, a chaotic battlefield. These 3 gods leading legions of heroes from every race, charging through the din and slaughter of war. The clash of steel, the screams of warriors, the thundering hooves, it all crashed upon him like a tidal wave of sound and fury. Then, as suddenly as it began, the vision snapped shut. Gu Ye Cheng blinked and found himself once more in the old man's dim study, the golden token resting cool in his palm. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest, his breath ragged. Even so, he was astonished at how real it had seemed. With his current level of cultivation, Gu Ye Cheng knew his soul was far stronger than that of an ordinary Saint King, and that strength had allowed him to break the vision's hold almost immediately. Yet, even brief as it was, the glimpse of those war gods and their battleground left him unsettled in a way nothing had before. He looked up at the hemp-clad elder, who watched him with ancient, unreadable eyes. Gu Ye Cheng's pulse steadied. Whatever this golden token was, whatever power it contained, he would need to understand it, and soon. Gu Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat as he felt the token's power seep into his spirit. His soul was already formidable, fortified by the heavenly refined holy body and armed with a Saint King-level weapon. Yet this simple piece of metal made even him waver. Without a doubt, the Tao essence within rivaled that of a domain lord-level treasure. He turned the token over in his hand and found 2 characters engraved on its back. War God. Confusion flickered across his face as he looked up at the old man standing before him. The man, dressed in rough hemp robes, brushed back his long white beard and offered a small, knowing smile. "This," he said, "is the instructor's token of my War God Academy." He paused to let the words sink in, then continued, "Place a single drop of your blood into the token, and your name will be inscribed on the Academy's roster. From that moment on, you will be a registered instructor at the War God Academy." The old man's eyes gleamed. "But there's more. The token itself will serve as your personal treasure. Should you ever find yourself facing a life-threatening crisis, it will automatically activate, manifesting a shield to protect you." With that, he extended the token toward Ye Cheng, the promise of new status and newfound safety resting in the palm of his hand. Even a realm master beyond the domain master tier, no matter how ferocious, can only breach it for the brief time it takes one incense stick to burn. A registered instructor of the War God Academy, their identity token can transform into a protective treasure capable of holding off a realm master's assault for an incense stick's burn. Ye Cheng stared in astonishment at the old man in hemp robes. He'd never even heard the name of the War God Academy, yet here was proof that its instructor tokens harbored defensive power no ordinary artifact could match. If this was how its guardians were equipped, the Academy's reputation must be legendary indeed. Beside him, the Taiyan fire spirit, eyes alight, could barely contain herself. At the mention of the War God Academy, she'd been momentarily puzzled, until the memory struck her like lightning. "Senior," she cried, voice trembling with excitement, "is this the same academy whispered about 100,000 years ago, the so-called greatest sanctuary of cultivation in the northern wilderness, renowned for forging a new generation of war gods for every race across the northern wastes? It actually exists?" The Taiyan fire spirit's voice tinkled like distant bells. The old man in hemp robes lifted his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. "I never expected someone out here to know that," he murmured. "It's rare indeed." He didn't linger on it. When the God of War Academy was founded, eons ago, its power was legendary, so legendary that stories of it might still drift through the wilderness. But after 100,000 years, the old man's tone turned wistful. He offered a thin smile. "It took us 100 millennia to build this place. We, those of us who walked the heavens and roamed the earth, gathered countless natural treasures, shared endless debates, and at last brought the Academy into being." He gave a small sigh. "Admittedly, it isn't quite the vision we first dreamed of." His gaze sharpened, and he turned toward Ye Cheng, his eyes alight with a fierce warmth. "Rest assured, my friend, the God of War Academy has always set its course for the premier sacred grounds of the northern wilderness, and that will never change. So tell me, will you join the God of War Academy?